Hello, everyone. Well, again, every time I come on, it seems that there's something different about the stream. I don't know why it keeps changing. Maybe I'm not the only one using this computer, I don't know. Some different glasses on, and it's hard to see correctly. So, what's this going to be about? Not much. Just to have a chat, really. No, this is not good, is it? Hmm. I've got glasses everywhere, except for the ones at work. Sorry about this. Uh-huh. Oh, that's it. They will do. Hey, Joe John, how you doing? Yes, I can see better now. How are you doing? It's good to have you here. So, just a few things. There's a few headers. Walking my footprints, umbilically attached, burning the candle at both ends. Can't we all just get along? Stuff like that. Things that Forrest said that for different reasons are fairly important or very important. And it seems that as we're nearing the end of the chase, we seem to be getting on better. Well, I hope that's the case. I don't think I've really fallen out with anybody apart from when my wife passed, but I try to get along with everybody. And I was never trying to beat anyone, certainly not trying to beat Forrest. I was trying to listen to Forrest and try to understand what this was all about. And there is another hunt. People may or may not be interested in it. But I would hate to think that people will bring what they think, my opinion, what they think is negative, not my opinion that I think they think negative thoughts, but there is some negative thoughts within the Forrest Fenn hunt, and I hope they don't bring that into the JCB hunt. Hey Jeff and Woody, how you doing? Yeah, we're just still in this evening, less than an hour to go before it's morning, but all good. I'm glad you're here. Seems if the names are, to go by, they're all the men in. Normally there's a few ladies that have beaten you in, so you've done very well to be first three. Joe John, J, Um, so who will follow in my footprints seems to be, something that we should probably think about. What was that all about? What did Forrest mean when he said that? Who will follow in my footprints? My family don't want to. It's all, what I say is more often than not is paraphrased, not word for word, but I'm putting across what Forrest said as I understood what Forrest said. So nobody will walk in my who will walk in my footprints. My family don't want to. So what was that supposed to mean? My father was burning the candle at both ends. What was that supposed to mean? If you die with more than $50 in your pocket, you're a failure. What was that supposed to mean? Now, the one thing that we can all, pretty much agree on is, can't we all just get along? And, I don't know if Forrest foresaw the world that we're in now, but that seems to be the message, that the whole world can listen to. And the world can do with the Forrest Fenn at this time. But it's a pretty profound statement. Can't we all just get along? And it's crazy to think that we can't. There was a time when, people were getting along, and it just seemed so long ago that was the case, and it wasn't. It was only a few years ago. So, I don't know. But the thrill of the chase, people believe, is coming to an end. And I don't think it is coming to an end. I don't think the chase will ever end now. I think if it's taught us one thing, it's taught us that, there's nothing wrong with trying to achieve something. There's nothing wrong with putting yourself out there and thinking, what if? And that's, it doesn't have to be a chest of treasure. That has to be the goal. There just has to be a goal. There just has to be a what if. What if I can make this happen? What if I can do this? And that's, people might say, yeah, that's okay. Searching for a millionaire treasure is a lot different than the everyday, mundane, run-of-the-mill things. But the choice is yours, what you want to search for. And the treasure's yours, what you want to search for. Only you put limits on what it is you want to achieve. I think Forrest knew that. I think Forrest, it doesn't matter who Major Forrest Fenn is. What matters is the message that was coming across from this person who managed to do all of these things. And even if you believe that, Major Forrest Fenn doesn't exist and he's a front for somebody else, then whoever is giving the message, pretty smart person, in my opinion. So it doesn't matter what you believe, the message is still the same. What if? Why not try to achieve something? Why not try to attain a treasure? Why not go searching? Even if you don't join the JCB hunt and you're not part of the community. And again, I still think, is the Forrest Fenn community going to stay the Forrest Fenn community, or is it going to change over to the JCB community? And does the JCB community want to separate itself from the Forrest Fenn community? It's hard to know how to convince people who've not been in the thrill of the chase, the Forrest Fenn thrill of the chase. It's hard to convince them, or I think it'd be hard to convince them to join the thrill of the chase community. It would be a lot easier for people in the Forrest Fenn community to join the JCB community. And I don't know how that's going to pan out. If there's people that were in the thrill of the chase, they come back, have the YouTube videos, and get I'm going to say members. Don't know the word really. Don't really know the word to use. For people who want to join the JCB community, I suppose it is a member, I suppose. I'm good, thanks, Woody. Sorry I didn't answer your question. Hi, Asterix, how you doing? There has to be a transition from one to the other. And those people in the Forrest Fenn thrill of the chase will make it, or should make it, easier for those that are joining the JCB hunt. Whether that's Chase 2, whether it's the JCB hunt, whether it's the Treasure Inside hunt, TTI, H, or whatever. There should still be, if, whether it's 350,000 or 50,000 that was in the thrill of the chase, there will be some of those people that come back that tried to, do the Forrest Fenn thrill of the chase, and, for whatever reason, whether they finished before it was found, whether they finished after it was found, they may still want to, basically pick up where they left off and go searching. And this is, I only see it as a good thing. It's not relevant to me because it's not my country, and it's not going to bring, an influx of people into my country, making it, better for the economy and that if people are spending money when they go, for a holiday or whatever and go out searching for treasure. But it would be nice to believe that there were. I don't know how JCB is going to do this. So, how did it happen with Forrest? Did Forrest just put this hunt out, and then these people just came onto YouTube and decided that they were going to highlight the Forrest Fenn for the chase? Or was there something, pre-planned in that? There should be some people in the Forrest Fenn for the chase who want to take part in the JCB hunt and want to not advertise it, but not run it. Basically do what, they're doing. Ben says, he's not interested. I'm sure Mike and K Pro will do it. Maybe some people that used to do it that come back and do it, but through YouTube, etc. And maybe, Bill Gorman Street, Sasha. I know they said it wouldn't come back, but those are the people that you want back. I would want back. Man about Sunday Smarts or whatever. Eric, it is what it is. Susie. I think those people would help make a community. That's what I'm trying to talk about. So there are going to be people that take part in There's Treasure Inside, and there will need to be points of contact, and not just points of contact, but information givers and receivers. People that help it move along, whether they're searchers and want to be involved in the search, or just people who just want to know, how the chase, the hunt, I don't know how it's going to come across, progresses. Me either. Nope. Oh, I don't know what that means. Not getting involved. See, I don't see. I honestly don't see why. Well, I do see why. So the chase didn't end in the best possible way, but I believe it will end in the best possible way. I do believe there's the punters coming. So epic, fun, and answers. I believe that is going to be the case. There's the punters coming. And it may. Forrest Fenn said Dorothy Massey was the fuse for the bomb. And I think, that will be the case. There'll be something will happen and it will start. And when it starts, it will, catch fire, as it were. It really will. Hey, message retracted. Have I said too much or too little? How you doing, pirate? Don't know why you retracted the message, but I didn't see it. It's good to have you here anyway. And you're the only ranked so far. So I don't know how that's going to progress, but I do know that if it's going to succeed, there's going to need to be people who are prepared to discuss it. And if it's not going to be the likes of Ben and Ashley, Street, Troy, Bill, Susie, Sasha, Toby, if they're not going to be the people, then who are? But who is JCB going to look to promote the search. It's hard to know what to call it because people say, "Oh, you can't call it Chase 2. It's got nothing to do with Forrest Fenn," and some people want it. Me personally, I believe it's got something to do with Forrest Fenn because of the pickle jar or the olive jar. Because of the poem, if the poem is indeed involved, because of 1021. There's lots of subtle, the unbreakable thread, the umbilically attached, there are some things that could be connected to Forrest Fenn. And even if there isn't, you still have a head start because some of the stuff that JCB is saying is very Fenglish. So his wordsmithing, as it were. I mean, to me, precise, it's not quite the same, but attention to detail and precise, there's not much in that. You're going to have to be, it's not, to me, it doesn't seem much different than Forrest. You're going to have to listen good. You're going to have to pay attention. You're going to have to try to understand the reason for the contradictions, etc., that people are already talking about. And I know I came into the Forrest Fenn chase late compared to some, like from 2010. Maybe it didn't start till 2013. Really good. I'm not 100% sure when it kicked in. But for most people, I think 2015 onwards, there was a fair amount of people, and those people are pretty adamant that they've done well in that chase. So for maybe the first 5 years, I don't know, maybe there weren't a lot of people, and then obviously the longer it went on, the more people got involved. But I would think because of the chase, those people that were involved in the chase, once they get to hear about JCB, I don't think there'll be much persuading that they'd need to join in a hunt that, when you think about it, is not much different monetary-wise than Forrest Fenn's. I'm, looking on the outside of it, 10 million, 2 million a chest, if that's the case. Even 5 million, 1 million a chest is not different than what Forrest Fenn originally. He didn't say how much it was, but that's how much it was reckoned to be. So if you're going to get involved in that chase, then I find it hard to understand why you wouldn't want to get involved in another one. Hi, Sophia. There's again. So think about those things that Forrest said. Who will follow in my footprints? Burning the candle at both ends. So I write these things down, I put one there, and then I forget what I put down. Why can't we all just get along? Umbilically attached. I can't think of them. But not all. The majority of the information that Forrest gave was to help people understand what he was trying to make happen. And that is more important than anything else. So, take away the chest, take away, the possibility of getting something. Take that away and then just work out that Forrest was going to try and make something happen. Forrest was going to try and affect the future. In what way, shape or form is that possible? How could Forrest Fenn do this amazing there's lots of things, event, project they talked about. how could he make something happen, and how could that something affect the future? And why would he need a poem, and why would he need a book, and why would he need to put a chest out in the Rocky Mountains, and why would he need to do all of these things? But to do all of these things, there had to be a start point. There had to be an idea, then ideas about how he was going to achieve this. And the book has to write itself, otherwise I struggle, he says. And yet he wrote, 8 other books. I think there's a question about how many books he did write, but then Too Far to Walk and Once Upon a While. And you have to think, why that statement? The book had to write itself, otherwise I struggle, and yet I've wrote all these other books, and I've now done Too Far to Walk and Once Upon a While. Then you have to factor in Eric Sloane. And I suppose, Douglas would be the same with Forrest. Douglas Preston. Don't call him Douglas like I know him. I don't know him, but there's nothing in my mind that says that Eric Sloane didn't know something of what Forrest had planned. I just can't see that would not be the case. That Forrest would imagine something without his friend knowing. And, I know people say, Forrest is not real. This person's not real. That's not real. That's not real. But from the story that you're getting, whoever you think Forrest is and whoever was a friend to Forrest, I can't imagine that person not knowing. Or a mentor to Forrest. I can't imagine that person not knowing what Forrest was planning to do, and they had nothing, to do with it. They were totally oblivious. And Forrest just had this idea and he kept it to himself and never said a word to nobody. And it just happened. Oh, you've been writing. Who are the people that will be involved in JCB Hunt that were also involved in Forrest Fenn trade, and who is keeping track of search results and locations? I don't know, Woody, that's what I'm saying, but I think there should be. I don't know why I say I think there should be. I just feel, though, if the JCB Hunt's going to work, maybe it needs to lean on, the thrill of the chase a bit. Maybe there needs to be, a foundation. And it would make sense that you didn't just try to kick off a hunt. Just in my mind, I don't know if it's true. Don't think that, this is all written in stone and it's all done and I know everything that's going on. I'm just saying it would make sense that if you're going to launch such an exciting treasure hunt that should capture the imaginations of the whole world, certainly in America, because it's in America, but people around the world will be interested, that it would make sense to have a good foundation. And an architect knows, in any building you need a good foundation. So I don't see any better foundation than the Forrest Fenn Thrill of the Chase. I know there's lots of hunts out there, but there are none that have as good a foundation as the Forrest Fenn Thrill of the Chase. And it would be, unforgivable if JCB did not use the, trying to think of a nice way of saying it, the professionals, I suppose, that were in the Forrest Fenn Thrill of the Chase. That would be unforgivable, because if you want to make this work, make it happen, then everybody needs help. So the best place to go is the place that's got the experience. And I know there's been some negativity, but I don't think that's going to hold things back. I'm sure it won't. I am not involved in JCB and have given up on FF hunt. I don't think anybody should give up on the FF hunt. You don't have to start on the JCB hunt, but I think the FF hunt will prove itself. You know, everything that Forrest did will be proven, and I just feel it's a shame that people give up. The FF hunt that is in the JCB hunt. I believe that there is an FF hunt in the JCB hunt, and it has to be connected in some way, because I don't go into too much, but was that the chest? Is this the chest that is in the book, The Thrill of the Chase? Yes. Just gold. So where do you get this pickle jar from? Well, you can get a pickle jar from anywhere, but the olive jar is something different. The olive jar, that's a different kettle of fish. Just come back. Is that JCB? Just come back. Yes, I agree with that statement. Just come back. There will never be a storybook ending to the chase. Uh-oh. It doesn't have to be storybook, does it? It just has to be answered. That's all it has to be. People have to have an answer. Once they know the ending, once they know it has a real ending, the story is real, the treasure is real. Once they know that, that's the ending. Forrest didn't promise a storybook ending. We were told by the people epic, fun answers, but that is still possible. One can just go out and do what FF said. Go hike, go fishing, go camp. Fish with the hiking, in the cold, on yeah. I said at the beginning that people can choose whatever treasure they want. It's all what if. The treasure is whatever you want it to be, and the search is whatever you want the search to be, and you can have that every day of your life if you choose to. And Forrest says, why can't we just get along? And you can get along with everybody if you choose to, and the place will be, your life will be better for it, and the world will be better for it. So following in his footprints, yeah, it's a good idea. Why can't we all just get along? Yeah. What if, yeah, searching for treasures, arrowheads, or whatever it is that you want to search for. Yeah, it's like Forrest has done all of these things and given them to us, and it's up to us to just choose. Well, it doesn't have to be a $1 million chest in the Rocky Mountains that I'm searching for. It could just be a lifelong partner, a family member, another job. Could be anything. Your goal is up to you, and getting along with people is up to you. And all of those things that Forrest has talked about, it's totally up to the individual. I just don't see why people only want to do it because there's $1 million at the end of it. Just just do it because you can do it. Whatever it is, just do it. Oh, missed it. Hey Kiwi, how you doing? Thanks. Yes, I hope everyone did have a nice weekend. Woody concurs with Sophia. Single Barrel, how you doing? Hello. You're back again. Yeah, if I could meet some like minds for fishing, that would be great. Will affect my fishing too. Well, you certainly know how to fish in your book. I think I'm done treasure hunting after the Lost Padre Mine expedition. Ooh, that's in the poem as well. Actually, talking about the poem, hang on, see, there's too many blisters from boots on the ground. So that was another thing in the chase. Just say that before I say the next thing. People said some uncalled for things like, you're nobody if you haven't been boots on the ground, you've got no idea if you haven't been boots on the ground, blah, blah, blah. And it's like, calling people out without having all the information is just crazy. Nice skin. I bet it does, Sophia. And I feel for you too. They give you like cream to make it supple stretch easier. I guess fishing your way to a spring. Yeah, I don't. Well, I don't know. Some people go fishing this time of the year, but yeah, I'll be the same as you. Fishing will wait till spring. I don't feel like we've had a summer here, and it's been raining all day and part of yesterday. I feel like Noah. I want to go out and build an ark. Here before I know if there's a lot of fish and I feel connected in a way. When I'm out there with rod in my hand and fly at the end. Yeah, like in my old age, I'm starting to think I missed out on fishing. It's not something I want to. I've been, I've been with people, but it's not something that I ended up doing. More, football, cricket, dancing, um, golf, but fishing. I never got there. 15 years. I'll be 81. I don't think I'll be climbing mountains. Yeah, I'm not. I don't think I'll be climbing mountains either. But the statement was, "Don't go where a 79 or 80-year-old man wouldn't go." So, you know, I'm not. I don't think I would imagine that JCB is saying the same. Just, you know, if you're going to go anywhere, just a nice, pleasant walk. Forrest said, if you're walking more than a mile, you walk too far. So I don't think you have to overdo it. I don't know, for JCB, but Forrest Fenn, he was basically saying you didn't have to overdo it. You didn't have to, you know, break your neck to find this thing or to get this thing, however. You're still young, Woody. There you go. You're still young. I'll be 81 in just 7 years. Hang on, I'm starting to feel really young now. Thank you, people. And you must be doing very well to be the ages that you say you are, because I always got the feeling that everybody was about 60. I don't know why. I just got that feeling everyone was about 60. And we were all old people, just, probably having one last thing with trying to, have that elusive dream. But I feel young now. No offense, to the octogenarians, but I thought the average age was about 60. My heart last May, I fell 3 times. Wow. You're crazy people. And more brave than I am, I suppose, if you're, 80 and still doing the do. How to tie the woolly butterfly. Maybe I will give me some hope. It was winter. But they're all on YouTube, aren't they? So if you type it in, was it summer something? Like there was quite a few of them, weren't there? One after the other. I'm sure if you type in, Forrest Fenn woolly fly, it will come up. Dale woolly fly. You'll get a choice of them, and one of them will be the one. And they were good videos. Tied so many flies in. Didn't even have to look. He was basically saying, which was probably another hint about something. But I think that's how you find the woolly, and that was always the best one that Ben had in the flies that he had, which is also probably another hint. It's not easy, I suppose. We are all armchairers here. Yes. YouTube has it. And Single E saying it as well, yeah. So thank you, Single Barrel Silent. It's good to have you here, and good to have you chatting with Sophia. Book collecting is a great one also. Brilliant one, that one is. That's amazing, that is. I've watched it a few times, I like the gilt-edged, pages. Custer, or 7th Cavalry. And that had me in the timber, that did. So that was the wood. That was in the timber at the Bighorn. Um, yeah, too much information that shouldn't be taken any notice of. Whilst it was information, it wasn't, I don't feel, the solution to the problem. I still go horseback riding and I still go hunting. Hopefully, I can still get in my saddle. That's one thing I do enjoy, even though, so the things that I've regretted most are not riding horses as much as I probably could have done and taking up archery. Just, I think about it now and I think, oh, you idiot, could have done those things. Ah, cool. Thank you, single barrel. I had to give up hunting due to my spine and arms. That discouraged me to continue. Discouraged me to continue horseback riding. You're starting to sound like the person that had the operation, Sophia, with the fetish. No insult, I'm just saying. Like Forrest talked about this person who had an issue and had a fetish and made her feel better. If I ever get over there, Woody, you can give me the nicest horse you have. I don't want one that bolts. So when we first went on horses, I would go and just walk around at first. And my brother came with us one day, and he got on a horse, and it just bolted, and he was gone. It didn't see him for hours. He was just gone. Which is probably one of the funniest things that I remember, with my brother. We were just there talking 1 minute, and the next minute the horse just went, and he was gone. People who ride and hunt typically have more than one horse. So when you say hunt, do you mean like the English fox hunt, or is this a type of different type of hunt? Like, is there a different type of hunt over there? I don't know. I know the English fox hunt with the hounds, but I don't know. And I know that you in America hunt, but it's normally walking through the forest, shooting deer and stuff like that. 4 horses. Wow. Oh no, not of the apocalypse. You don't have 3 other people there as well. 4 horsemen of the apocalypse. I've just been polishing Bob Dunn's horseshoes. Bob Dunn. Who is the Dunn that's in the poem? Not Bob. Is a billionaire out of Fort Worth. He's a Dunn. Can't remember now. 4 horses. They aren't covered in dung anymore. Oh, is it Bob Dung's horseshoes? All of my horses are broke really well. They know better than to act out. Yeah, it was just funny. Once I was on the back of a horse with the young lady whose horse it was, and it reared up, and I went off the back, but probably didn't want me on there. But that was the only. I mean, it wasn't, as bad as because I actually landed on my feet as I jumped off when it went up. But it was funny. It didn't hurt. I have too soft a heart to be a real rider. I worried once about riding and crossing the river. It was the prettiest ride I ever had, and was in Arizona. Yeah, I think I was listening to J.D. Vance, whatever, and he was talking about like an honour that it was that he was given the chance to be vice president, and he was saying from his point of view how beautiful America was, like the different places that he went to, the different scenery that he saw, the different people that he met, what it was like to just be an American basically and live in God's country. So yeah, I can believe that it was beautiful. When you have like such a range of terrain, It's crazy. It's like you've got all parts of the world in one country. You go to certain parts of the world, you have different type of weather and that. So even in the snow of the Arctic or the Antarctic and that, you have that sort of weather at some part of the year, that sort of terrain, and it's like you have the hot desert type area. It's crazy. And I suppose if you wanted to like visit America and know what America was like, you'd have to see like all of them, because like if you came over here, it's pretty it's pretty much similar. Like the only difference here is you like have flat area or mountain area, but then it's like just green mountains and lakes and trees and stuff like that. There's no, there's nothing like Yellowstone or nothing like the desert, or nothing like the cold north, snow and that of Montana. The I suppose Scotland could be like that, but I never rode in New Mexico where I am now. I bet there are some absolutely beautiful rides. But there is. I rode in Hawaii and in San Diego and Arizona. Where have you been around? Always too poor to have a horse and land. I think about how others live with horses, farming, etc. So my grandson, is engaged to a lady. I think she has 3 horses, but they live, a fair way away. Otherwise, I'd be asking her if I could ride there. I couldn't afford horses myself. I wouldn't know how to look after a horse, to be fair. Hi, Lonnie. How you doing? Good to read you. I wouldn't know how to look after a horse, so I'd be if ever I got a horse, I would have to get someone to look after it, because I'd be scared of either making it too hot or too cold, or not doing the right thing at the right time. And it's weird because most of the time, I think that nature knows best. I drive around and I see these coats on horses and stuff, and I sometimes wonder if they're too hot, because they're used to the weather, and it's not cold weather. It's just a little bit of rain, or it's mild weather, and like they've got those, I call them coats, but whatever they're called, to have them on, they must be uncomfortable. But what do I know? And if I had a horse, I wouldn't know if I needed one of those or didn't need one of those, if I was putting it on right or putting it on wrong. So. But yeah, that and archery, I should have done. Actually thinking about getting an archery, just a cheap one, just to give me something to do. But I decided against it. I'm definitely not going to get a horse, so I won't be doing that. So it looks like maybe going golfing again, taking that back up. So moving forward, it seems like people aren't going to get involved in JCB apart from Mike and Capro, and whoever JCB used, in the initial build up to this. Golf, gentlemen only, ladies forbid. So yeah, I'm not. I don't. I do. I don't think there are. I do think that there are sports that gentlemen and ladies shouldn't do together, but I think golf is one of those that you can play at the same time, because it's set up for a women's round and a men's round. So a woman would go off her tee and the man go off his tee, and you just play. So and it's not contact sport, so it's okay. But there are definitely some sports that I just think it's crazy that they do things. But yeah, golf. I'm not very good. I think the best I've done is about 102. I started up high, well, about 140 something, and then came down quickly, and then just sort of stayed there most of the time. It's crazy though, because we have a course that I go around Kiel, and I've probably parred every hole there, just on different days. And it's crazy. It's like, can't I just do it all on one day and then get 72 or whatever? But it is what it is. You always think you're going to do better next time, and sometimes next time is worse. Archery. I registered for tennis in college, and the computer spit out archery. I did okay. I like archery. It just, I don't know. It's quite. Firstly, it's quite relaxing. Like you can zone in and focus. It's also rewarding when when you get good hits. Hey, Huska, do. How you doing? I cancelled my JCB. Oh, why? Cancelled JCB book order. Because you're going to buy 2 instead. So don't you trust him? So I get people saying they don't trust him, they don't like the look of him, blah, blah, blah. And it's like, what? I can't see any justification that says that this hunt is not, what it's said it is. But, I appreciate that we all have different opinions and different reasons for doing stuff. But the thing is, if everybody drops out, then there's no chase community, and it'd be making friends all over again with totally different people. Wow, I've seen some of Taos, but it was the city like Shiprock is familiar and hilly. See Karma, chameleon. Charmer, not Karma, Charmer. It was Orage meant for men only. At least that is what my Scottish granddad told me. Yeah, so most sport was meant for men only. So ladies took it up because there's no reason why I can't. Like tennis, I don't think it'd be fair for a man to play a woman at tennis. Although, was it Billie Jean King or Martina Navratilova, or who played a man? I think somebody was going to play a man. I don't remember who it was. But she was really good. So, but yeah, tennis is not a game that I would say that it would be fair that a woman, unless you wanted to, like if you wanted to try and play in a man's game, then I don't see that you should stop somebody doing it. But I just don't see that it's not right. And that's no disrespect to females. That's just I suppose in 50 years I may have a different opinion on that, the way things are going, like the way women are toning up and becoming more having more muscle. Then I might change my opinion, but I still think you have to be a biological woman and not a man who wants to be a woman. Which is, I don't understand why people aren't just saying the simple truth to these people. Why nobody's just saying the simple truth. You are changing your gender because you want to feel normal. You're a man who wants to be a woman and you want to feel normal being a woman. And yet you're saying that we're not normal, that you're the ones that are normal. It's like, but why are you doing it then? Why are you changing from one to the other? What's the reason for changing from one to the other? We're not normal, but they are, but they're changing from one to the other. How can they be normal then? You're changing to be normal. But we're not normal as original men or women. It's crazy. It's just crazy. There's no reason for you to change. You're changing to be normal. And if you're changing to be normal, then it's obviously makes sense that normal is a man and a woman. That's what normal is. And to say that we're normal because we're men and women and we want to be with a woman if you're a man and a man if you're a woman, that's normal, then that's normal. And I don't see anything wrong with that. And people are going to start, shouting and screaming and saying, I can't say that. But yeah, I can. Because it's the truth. And I think it doesn't matter which religion you go to. It doesn't matter. I'd be surprised if any one of them said, yeah, it's okay for a man to marry a man and it's okay for a woman to marry a woman. In the original text. I'm not talking about these people that change it now and do whatever they want. You've only got to see what happened to P. Diddy with the, pastors or whatever they were. I'm on about the original text. It doesn't matter which God it is, whichever God it was in any religion was saying, yeah, woman and a man and a woman, not man and man, woman and woman. So people are just changing the rules. And we're just letting them. It's just crazy. Absolutely crazy. Nothing wrong. I don't care what they do. That's between them and the God that they don't believe in. That's between them and the God that they don't believe in. Nothing to do with me. If they want to, do what they want to do, then they do it. And I can't help that. But don't turn around and say, well, there's no God. Well, there must be a God because there's plenty of religions that say there's a God. However you believe that to be, whoever you believe that to be, there must be someone. Nothing gets created from nothing. People seem to say these gods, whoever it is, whichever one it was, Islam, Muslim, Christian, whatever, they assume that they live in the here and now. No, they are everywhere at every point in time, back to the beginning of time and to the end of time. They don't live in the way that we live. They can't do. So you can't get something from nothing. Therefore, something has been created by something or someone outside of the time that we understand, outside of it. Bit like somebody outside my house now. If there's somebody outside my house, they live outside of it. They still exist, but they're outside of it. This is my world. This is all we know. This is the universe. This is everything that we understand right here in this room is the whole universe. And something outside of it managed to build this house and everything in it. Because I can't see it doesn't mean it doesn't exist. But this wouldn't exist if it wasn't created. And the whole multiverse, universe, whatever you want to call it, was created by something outside of it and created all of it that we have now. It's too scientific. It's too perfect. It's been made. Our DNA was created by however, whether they're aliens, it doesn't matter what you call them. Aliens or angels, gods or aliens, it doesn't matter. You can't say there's no such thing as gods and then turn around and say, well, aliens did it. Well, who created the aliens? They didn't just arrive from nowhere. And they weren't smart and they didn't have language, etc., etc., etc. You can't explain it. There's no such thing as evolution. It doesn't happen. Not in the way that we're expected to believe it. It doesn't happen. It's all manipulated. It's all scientific. The trees, everything. It's all scientific. So something created something from something and not from nothing. Anyway, I've gone off on I don't know what happened there. I'd like to see one of FF's horses during. I would like to see one of FF's horses during his lifetime. He said he had a horse that was spirited. I always wondered about that. Could have met him and played with Willie. So I know he had one horse land and cattle. I didn't know he had any horses. So there's some things I don't know. He sure caught a few bottom feed. I have zero interest in treasure hunts. I like what I learned from FF. Yeah, I think that's just it. We're missing stuff. So learning from Forrest was as not as good as obviously people are going to say, yeah, but you want the money, that's more important. But learning from Forrest, that's pretty, which is what this is about. The stuff that Forrest said, and why aren't people listening to it or trying to achieve something, even if it's not finding a treasure? Too many hiccups. Yeah, but that's how Forrest was. When I first came to the chase, even though it was a long way through, people were still complaining about all the hiccups that Forrest had, all the contradictions and everything. Looking for slip ups and stuff like that. And I don't think this is any different. But you must have lived interesting peaceful life, really well. JCB is highly suspect. I've heard a great story. JCB is a sucky one. Yeah, there is all that, but I don't know. I have zero interest in hunts. Oh, yeah, but and I did. That's what I absolutely say that. We learnt from Forrest. Are we going to learn from JCB? Do we want to learn from JCB? Do we need to learn from JCB? Has Forrest taught us everything that we need to know in order for us to go through life, with some sort of, happy ending if we want it, if we just try and achieve it? Just by thinking, what if? I would have done that. I do not want to be disappointed like that again, hence it is hard to meet him. So hated. Well, you're not hated by me, Sophia, that's for sure. If I don't have a spirited horse under me, I get disappointed. Oh. He's using too many different platforms to get his message out, and none of them are consistent. Which is why we need YouTube champions, don't we? When I was on the Navajo Nation, on the Navajo Nation, they were the code breakers. I learned about that. Each one was a different colour: white, black, brown, and spotted brown and white, I think. Yes, single barrel silent. F had a story. JCB, the first page, has telltale bold lies, easy to catch. Easy, Huska, you're talking about, you've already read the book. F had a story. JCB, the first page, has telltale bold lies. It doesn't come out until the 21st of October. I like fresh eggs. There's a bad smell with JCB. Hey, Queen. I was washing the house. Washing the house? How did you get that in the machine? I'm joking. Good to see you, Queen. Good seeing you now. I have to do some stuff, but hopefully you will still be on later. Thanks for the show. Thanks for coming in, Money, and I'm always glad to have you here. Do your stuff, but don't mess with it, as Forrest said. Don't mess with my stuff. No, Forrest had a story and stuck to it. I don't know. Yeah, I know what you're saying. Yeah, I suppose, yeah. Uh-oh, Huska disagrees with me. And that's good. That's what we need. I don't know which part of what I've said you're disagreeing with, but that's quite good. FF caught a fish that required different handling. I guess not everyone or every fish is predictable. FF did a scrapbook about catching a fish or something about it, and it was always angry or something. Yeah, was that the one where he was in the weeds? Reeds. Well, I just woke. Don't go woke, Davey. That's the worst thing you can do. Oh no, not that's what woke. How long have you been on, mate? Good day. Not long. An hour. An hour. Forrest story was important to the hunt. JCB made up false narrative to lure people in. But it depends who you spoke to in that regard, Huska, because some people don't reckon Forrest is as kosher, which is something me and David discuss. About how original Forrest is. You know, the art gallery, the Eric Sloan, you know, all the stuff that's happened in his life, etc. I don't know that JCB is trying to make a true story about himself. I don't. All I get is that he's trying to do a treasure hunt, and you know, the information has to come across somehow. I was not on big, never heard of it, was on small, never heard of it. Forrest was a unique person, hard to find someone with the same. 100% Waddy, and that's something I was talking to Davey about. You know, just I don't think anybody could have done what Forrest has done. I really don't. Not everything. It doesn't matter about the everything. Just coming up with the ideas, having the resilience to follow that through, you know, and make it happen. But just thinking, you know, I mean, he was thinking outside the box when it needs to be outside the box, in the box when it needs to be in the box. I can't see that he didn't think of everything. You know, as he said, you know, tried to think of everything. To try and think of everything over a 15-year period that we know of, and then everything before then, that's phenomenal. Like, I defy anybody to say they can plan 5 years into the future in every single detail. 5 years into the future. Exactly where they're going to be, exactly what they're going to be doing, exactly who's going to be doing what. So that's crazy. 15 years into the future plus before the chase started. Man, that's something. Yep, unique. You can read the first page online, Mario. And I'm not new to it. I didn't think you were. I really didn't think you were. Oh, so that's where you saw it. Sorry. It's just really saying you could read the first page. 150-year-old farmhouse. It's called a pressure washer. You just fold it up and put it in. Yeah, I was just being silly. Put it in the washing machine. 150-year-old farmhouse. Right. I guess. Did he find someone who was unique, but in a different personality and experience? Only Forrest knows that. People keep saying, you know, moaning and arguing about whether they're the solver or not, but it doesn't matter. You know, there was only ever one person that needed to know who knew, and that was Forrest. And nobody needs to know that that person knows, as long as Forrest knows. So, you know, Forrest said, the who and the where is up to the finder, you know, and it's for the finder to tell, the finder's story to tell. But, you know, we then separate it from the finder and the solver. Who is the finder? Who is the solver? Unique is an important word. Recently, someone put unique in their avatar. I don't think it was someone FF found unique. No, 3-year-old is going to say to Dad, I'm drawing a map to a treasure hunt, as said on first chapter of JC book. I just don't care for it, so for now I'm out. Yeah, cool. You know, the way I see it, or imagine it, I don't see it, is Forrest said, I have 5 keys and a chest. If only we can find the other chests. And then he explained. And all of a sudden, we have 5 chests. If we find those chests, will we know the answers? Well, Woody Bog, I would love to see your horses someday. If I pass by and see them from the fence line is okay, but my house is... these days. How far do you live away? Maybe the horses can come to you. Not trying to put you under any pressure, Woody. I'm just saying, if you were that close. I had some horses scare the crap out of me during an old solve I had. It was 4 a.m. and I had no clue what animals came up on me. Just big and noisy. Yeah, I bet that would be worrying. I've read some stuff about, the parks, about the rangers, about what's really going on, the wolfman and the what's that squatch? What do they call it? Monkey man? Can't remember now. So dog man, and they're saying that these things are real. People go missing, people have been kidnapped, and it's like, ooh, a bit iffy that is. And it's weird because all around the world, like these creatures have been sighted. Like people say, oh, government, created these animals, but you've got a yeti in the frozen, north, the abominable snowman, which is not much different than Sasquatch. If I know for sure this was FF related, I'd participate. I have some reservations that this could be FF related, but need to be redefined. Yeah, I just see it that it's difficult for me to believe. These are just my opinions. I'm not going to try and force anybody to enter the hunt or try and convince them that they should. I'm just saying, the way I see it, there's an olive jar. It belongs to Forrest Fenn. Literally, because it wasn't in the chest. The question was, is this the chest that's in the book, The Thrill of the Chase? Yes. Well, in that chest, if you look in the book, there's no olive jar. There isn't even a pickle jar. It doesn't matter what it's called. It's not in that chest. So therefore, it should not have been in the auction. That's the way that I see it. But even if it is in the auction, the stuff inside it is copyrighted. So it's no good to JCB. You may as well give it back to Forrest Fenn or Shiloh or whoever else. It's no good to him. He can't use it. And if he opens it, the hairs in that olive jar are going to be contaminated. So, there are issues in that. But if it is that jar, and if it's in the hunt that's JCB, then it's related to Forrest Fenn. It still belongs to Forrest Fenn. It's his intellectual property, or whatever you want to call it. And it's certainly his property if it's his hair. So it's related to Forrest Fenn. Has to be. Then you have the address, 1021. Then if the poem's being used, you have the poem, which is still Forrest Fenn's property, or, Shiloh or whoever it's been bequeathed to. And there are other things that make you think, well, hang on, that's related to Forrest. That's related to Forrest. That's related to Forrest. Some of the information that's coming out is similar to what happened in the chase. So you have to think, and, directly or indirectly, whether Forrest Fenn is behind it or has nothing to do with it, in the sense that he's given permission for it, it's related to Forrest Fenn. Those treasures that are in the treasure chest from JCB belong in part to the Forrest Fenn family in one way or another. And yet we're able to, go hunting for it. So I believe that, we may all be in for a shock. I had one horse who was visiting where I fished. He was there the entire season. I wish I could have fished FF's pond, but I hoped creek and catch a few with my own tide fly. Whoa, that'd be nice. So there's, there's lots of places that I'd love to see in America. Absolutely, loads. But I would love to see Forrest Fenn's house. I really would. Just to see the Not so much the inside, but the outside. See if the bell's still there. The fountain. If there's a fountain there. So, to see if it's Yellowstone, basically. Details. My pond is full of cattails. I live in the Flathead Valley by Big Fork, Montana. Ooh, if you ever get to come here, no problem. You can see the horses in person. Let me know. Big Fork. Why does that ring a bell? I remember not going to Rosebud, but just in the Chase. A lot of places, to be fair. Obviously, Rosebud is another part of the soul. And Queen of the Waters, which is where Bear was talking about, the Three Forks, and then going up to the north where there's a Forrest Fenn Road, I think, or Forrest Fenn Farm or whatever, if I remember correctly. But that's right up north near Canada somewhere, past the Blackfeet, which is another story that's in the poem. Loads of stuff. I've never been to Montana. I will let you know if I get there. I think the place to fish was Big Hole Grayling. Oh, that's Wyoming, isn't it? Grayling. Ford and others tried to reentry Grayling in failed. Oh, isn't Grayling near Buffalo? Is that the right place? Buffalo, Wyoming, going down to Trona and Casper and Cheyenne, going down. Was it Whitehares? There are some discrepancies of when he actually hid it. Yeah, I think he did say Whitehares. He didn't say airs, but hairs. But I can't remember who I was talking to. Definitely talking to Davey about it. But so if Forrest put those hairs in the chest, and he said they were there to prove what crazy fool did this opulent cash, whatever the statement was, that crazy fool has to be alive. Because you can't rely on trying to find DNA from Forrest Fenn. If Forrest Fenn is not here, how can he prove that those hairs are his? And anybody touching those hairs will contaminate those hairs. So in reality, it should be Forrest Fenn opening the jar and saying, look, these are the hairs that I put in, these are my hairs, and whoever else, the real Forrest Fenn is. Or, something along those lines. I don't know, because I never got there. Too touristy, too expensive. Yeah, that seems to be the statement coming out of New Mexico about how expensive it is. It's just a big wall. His house from the road. Well, from the road, there's the gate, and then it goes up that long path, doesn't it? With the trees and everything. I've definitely seen them. And I think, didn't he pose by the wagon with those blazes on the trees? Remember that picture in his blue denim, I think it was, in his hat? Then if you look, those blazes that he showed us on those trees are there. I think FF hit it a couple of times. Yeah, I think that's very possible. Like the first time to see if he can hide it, like if it's possible to hide it and it survive and whatever, and then hit it for real because he knew that it could survive. Charmer sounds so nice. Word Preston search, I think. Is that where the old lady was? I don't think Douglas searched for himself, did he? I thought he searched, for a lady. There's a grayling. Oh, I don't know what that is. Mississippi? But grayling for me is trout. Really? Well, like I say, it takes money, and I don't have money. That's what it's a trout with a fancy sail. It looks beautiful in plates in old books. I got no money either. Maybe someday. Yeah, I think we're all in the same boat. Maybe someday, some of us will get to meet. Um, maybe at the banquet table. Backing up on the tarmac, you all have a wonderful night. Thanks, Single. If I can call you Single. Or do I have to call you Silo? Thanks for being here. Maybe someday. Maybe. Yeah, money is a problem. That means fishing is nearby where it is. Catch and release, or catch to and stop there. So I'm not even, like I said, didn't do fishing, so I wouldn't even know if we have the same sort of. I suppose there is catch and release here. You I suppose there'll be places where you can catch and eat. I suppose as well. Maybe one of the seven wonders. Oh, one of those wonders. Oh, that's why you said it. Maybe one of the seven wonders. Maybe, but mine was in Wyoming. My wonder. My one of the seven wonders. Um, Same name, different part of the world. Really different part of the world. Although it begins with A. Well, no. Well, yeah. If you miss out United States, it begins with A. It must. I think the world's gone crazy, and we could do with a lot of Forrest Fenns around to just set everybody right. I just don't know. I think it started to go crazy when we did this politically correct stuff, and that's just gone too far. And these woke people are getting away with all the things that we corrected. They're making racism. You can't do the DEI stuff. It's impossible. That's racist and sexist and every otherism that you can think of. You can't do it. It's impossible. You cannot favor any type of person. That's just crazy. After what we went through with racism and everything, and women's rights, etc., you can't favor a woman over a man. You can't favor a man over a woman. You can't favor a transgender over a man or a woman. You can't favor a black over a transgender. You can't favor all these people. That's impossible. You can't do that. Otherwise, you would have, if you own a company, you would have 1,000 different types of people that you would have to give a job to. Right, this person needs to be black. Then I need a black transgender. Then I need a black female. Then I need and it just goes on. In order that you can satisfy every type of person there is. That's just stupid. And that sets everybody against each other. So you're giving this black person a job. What about the Mexican? What about the Hispanic person? What about the Spanish person? What about the Dutch person? What about the English person? What about the American person? It's just crazy. Absolutely crazy. And people can't see it. Absolutely crazy. Let's take your guns from you. Great. Let's defund the police. Great. What happens when they install martial law? Who's going to save you? You can't save yourself. You don't have guns. You can't ask the police to save you because they don't exist. Just turning the world into China. The whole world is China. That's it. No rules, no regulations, no rights. There are no R's. Not the three R's anymore. That's all they're trying to do. They're just trying to change the whole world into China. They are invading without firing a single shot, and they're just buying a political party that already exists, because if they came in as a party, they wouldn't get no votes. You're not voting for Democrats or Liberals or any other party. You're voting for communists who are pretending to be whatever party is available at the time. It's just crazy. Stop it. It's stupid. You're asking for the world to become one China or one Russia or whatever it is. Just wake up and see it for what it is. They'll take everything from you, so you can't protect yourself, and then they'll claim martial law, and you will have no rights. There'll be no freedom of speech. There'll be none of these YouTube videos. There'll be nothing. You will have a dictator. I'm just breaking you in gently. Sorry, but it's just crazy that people can't see it. Disarm everybody and then rule them. That's it. And those people in another country, if you want to be a communist, go to China. Don't come to my country and try and change my country. Don't send people to my country to vote in these Chinese. Don't send them to my country. Don't send them to America. Don't send them anywhere. Italy, France, Germany. No. No. The laws and the politicians change because we have to bow down to different people from a different country. This is my culture. I want it to stay the way that it is. I want America to stay the way that it is. I want France to stay the way that it is. I want Italy to stay the way that it is. I want all the countries to stay the way that they were. I don't want people from China buying up my country and allowing people to come from other countries to change how our votes go in this country or any other country. Stop it. It's crazy. And people should make a stand now and do the right thing, vote for the right people to get into power to stop it, not to aggravate it and make it worse. We don't need woke. Listen, Forrest said, why can't we all just get along? That's it. We were getting along. Now we're fighting each other. It's just crazy. So now that I've said that, I'll get no money either. Maybe someday. Oh, I've done that. Sarah. Uh-oh. That's the Yellow Earth. Is a full of history and law. Is that Yellow Earth? Am I getting that Amarillo right? Show me the way to Amarillo. I know that's Texas, but I think it's the same sort of word. Maybe the female version and the male version, I don't know. Is it Yellow Earth? Is my Spanish that bad, or Mexican, or whatever it is? I will have to check it out. Oh no, Michael P has come in as his communist. You know I can read that, don't you? That Mandarin stuff that you're writing there. I can't. But it's nice to see you. Thank you for those kind words. I appreciate it. I just go off on one now and again because I just can't see why people can't see it. You know, our culture and livelihood is threatened by overseas, and people are just allowing it to happen. And it's crazy. And they're sticking up for these people that are obviously not out to help, you know, the working man or the general man. You know, I hear, oh, we want to bring up the middle class. Hang on. You've got people on the streets, then you've got the poor people, and you want to bring up the middle class. What, to be rich? And just ignore the poor and the people on the streets? Let's start from the people on the streets first, then go to the poor. Let's bring them up to the middle class. You know, the middle class aren't the one, admittedly, they're suffering, but they're not suffering as much as the poor and the people on the streets, surely. So if you want to build your country, whichever country it is, not just America, any country, our country is just as bad. We've got people on the streets, we've got poor people, and they're worried about the immigrants. Shut up. You know, I don't vote because it doesn't matter who's in power. They're being bought by other people. It doesn't matter who's in power. The reason I don't vote is because there are so many people now voting, not with their heads. Oh, it's all joy, it's all whatever. It's crazy. We've just had a change of government. It's probably been the worst change of government we've had, even though it's supposed to have been the right thing to do. And we've got riots and all sorts of things going on. Not just about the government, it's about people that we have in the country that don't belong here, that are just here to cause trouble, here to get the average person scared to walk out of their house, trusting the government to do right by them, giving up their freedom to then just be sheep. It's a crazy world. Crazy. And we're just allowing it to happen. It's crazy. And this is not going to make everybody just get along. This woke agenda, crazy. You can be who you want to be. Nobody wants to stop you. Nobody's going to stop you. But, don't bring it to kids. You can't change kids. That's just crazy. Not old enough to vote, but old enough to have a sex change. You're just nuts. Absolute nuts. I'm pretty certain, people don't want to believe in God because they want to be doing all these things that they're not supposed to do. And it's easy to do it if there is no God. But I'm pretty certain that once there's a heartbeat, that's a life. Once there's a heartbeat, that's a life. So basically, if you're for, abortions at any time, once there's a heartbeat, that's murder. Must be. It must be murder. Once there's a heartbeat, that's a living thing. So at any point in time you kill something after that, that surely must be murder. Must be murder. Once that heartbeat starts, that's a living human thing. I say thing, but being. Just crazy to think that you can say, well, yeah, 9 months, it's okay. If we don't want it, we'll kill it. No, we're not saying that you can't do what you want to do with your body. Obviously, there are reasons that, ladies don't want to have babies. And depending on the reason, I agree, yeah, fine. Rape, incest, whatever it is, however bad that is. But in the general scheme of things, who doesn't know that they do want or don't want a baby until the point of birth? I know it does happen that ladies have birth, but how many can that be in the grand scheme of people talking about having abortions? There are ways not to have kids. Killing them is not the way not to have kids. And that's what it is. Killing babies. It's not having an abortion, it's killing babies. And people accept that. And if you said, well, I'm just going to kill these puppies. Oh, you can't kill their puppies. What? I'm going to kill these kittens. Oh, you can't kill those kittens. But I can kill a baby. That's okay. Can't kill a puppy or a kitten. But I can kill a baby. It's nuts. Absolute nuts. And again, I'll go back to, it doesn't matter what religion. I'm sure those religions say, no, it's a creation to the God, and that's why let's get rid of God. Let's get rid of God. Let's get rid of God, and then it doesn't matter what we do. That's just crazy. You don't need a God to say killing a living thing is wrong. You don't need a God for that. You really don't need a God for that. You don't have to believe in God or not to know that killing a living thing is wrong, whether it's a kitten or a puppy or a human being. So this is just to get rid of people. It's not about whether abortion's right. It's about how many people can we kill. And I think you'll find it's mostly dark people that are killed. It's just crazy world. Crazy. Stop bringing me into those things anyway. Thank you for coming in, Michael. and for your kind words. I'm going to go and just listen. Thanks. And thanks, Sophia. Sorry, I'm just ranting on now. Have some fly tying secrets, nothing like catching the big ones. Well, Sophia seems to know a lot about fishing, that's for sure. Which I know absolutely nothing about, other than, they go in water. And some, mudfish can survive on land. And people say that's, evolution. And I just say that's bull. So if the chase hasn't ended and Forrest makes happen what he wanted to make happen, and we all get to find out what that was, or where the chest was, and what the clues were, and does that make it a better chase? See, the chase itself was a good thing. The what if, the everybody coming together, the getting out into nature, the understanding of ourselves and other people. Me personally, I think that's worthwhile. I think, for those things themselves, that was worthwhile. And I understand the negativity about, not knowing the truth. But the thing is, we were told that the truth was hidden. Nothing is as it seems. We were told that words don't mean what you think they do. And we were told by Forrest to Dale that we would know. Now, if you have faith in a maverick, or if you've been in the chase for any amount of time, with the words of Forrest in your ears, then you will know that things aren't what they seem and words don't mean what you think they do. And this will end in a good way. And you know that you will be told, because Forrest told Dale that he would tell him, that he would know, not that he would tell him, that he would know, but now is not the time. So where's the doubt? I don't understand I don't see where the doubt could come. The promise of new discoveries. Who's to say that this isn't what's happening now? Who's to say the new discoveries aren't what we're being promised now? What's right in front of us. Who's to say they're not the new discoveries? So, as far as I'm concerned, it's believing what Forrest said to be true is true, and that is nothing is as it seems. So why are you worried? That'd be like the doctor coming to you and saying, look, there's no cure for this. But it's not what it seems. Well, why do you believe there's no cure then? He's obviously not told you the truth, but he's probably not told you the truth for a reason. And that's where we are. You have been told the truth. Nothing is as it seems. What I've just said to you, it's not real. But I've had to say it. For whatever reason there is, I've had to say what I've just said. But I'm telling you, don't take any notice of what I've just said, because it's not what it seems. But if you want to understand, then listen to what I'm saying and try and work out why I'm saying it. Happy October. Well, so yes, excuse me. October is now for us, Davey. We are in the 1st of the 10th, 2024. So yes, happy October. We are, well, I'm only just in October. And it's gone really quick. Soon be Christmas. So if nothing's what it seems, that means there's something else. And at some point, maybe we will know who the real Forrest Fenn was. I know Forrest says, I hope nobody ever finds out. And, is that, I hope nobody ever finds out until I've done what I want to do? Or I hope nobody ever finds out ever? We'll have to wait and see for that. But all the information that Forrest gave was to tell you that this wasn't impossible, that it could be done. You just had to listen. And the things that said it was not any of those selves that you're thinking of, is no one can think my thoughts. Which, I was telling someone, that's it. Once you have a thought, you already know it's wrong. It doesn't matter what you think of. That's the mindset you need to have. Nobody can think my thoughts. Okay, I've got this great idea. I know, Forrest didn't think of it. Oh, I've got another idea. I know, Forrest didn't think of it. Oh, I've got a really good idea. I know, Forrest didn't think of it. How am I supposed to do this? If what I think is not what Forrest thought, how am I supposed to do this? Because everything that I think is wrong. I can't even start. Oh, hang on, yes I can. I can start. I have to have begin it where warm water's hot nailed down. Once I do that, I know I can start. That's it. That's as simple as it is. I can't think what it is. Forrest has to tell me what it is. Because everything that I think of is not what Forrest thought of. So no matter what I think of, it's wrong. So I can't start. Begin it where warm water's hot is the first clue. I won't know I have the correct warm water's hot until I have the chest in my hands. If I don't have begin it where warm water's hot, I have nothing. I know I have nothing because I can't think of what Forrest Fenn thought, so that leaves me with nothing. If you don't have begin it where warm water's hot nailed down, you have nothing. So why do I have to have it nailed down, and how do I get it nailed down? So that's the important thing. That's the important thing. I have to have it nailed down. I have to understand what nailed down is. Once I get it nailed down, I know that I have the correct warm water's hot because I have the chest in my hands. I know it's correct because it's nailed down. And I know it's nailed down because I also know the blaze and I know the home of brown. And because I know those things, because I know warm water's hot, and because I know the blaze, I know the home of brown. And that makes it simple. Uh-oh, chat disconnected. What happened there? Trusted living. I heard from reliable source. Was it tomato ketchup? Or was it Daddy's? That fun and answers will be 6 to 9 months. No, that reliable source is yours. Maybe 2 to 3 years, but definitely a decade and a half. No, it wasn't reliable source. It was a reliable ketchup. Oh no. Hi, Shy Guy. Woody Bog. I've enjoyed my time in the yellow dirt. So you should. Well, I said earth. You have to go down to the bottom bit, don't you? Just like the caliph you are, Frank. Trusted, did you get that from Charlotte? No, a reliable source. Why would you ask that, Frank? He's just said 6 to 9 months, maybe 2 to 3 years, but definitely a decade and a half. Why would anybody tell anybody that? Oh, then it must be candy. I heard from reliable source that it will be epic, fun, and answers, which is he punsters. So, somebody said earlier about, the story or whatever, how good it was going to be, but I think people want the answers. They want the solution. They want to know. I think people want to know what it was all about. Um, but I think they'll settle for funces, fun and answers. Scouts honour. Dib, 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 dob, dob, dob. So what was that video about, Mr. Shy Guy? That was interesting. The cover up. Not the other one. What was the other one? I can't remember. It's like these videos just popped up against Streets, popped up with some. I haven't watched them all, but Greg keeps doing them shorts. I tried to do a short the other day, but I don't know how to do it. It didn't work. So I didn't do it. My Magic 8 Ball tells me something entirely different. To what? What's your reliable source, Frank? The Daily Schmooze? Ah, Forrest was a good smoozer, he said. No, Shy Guy. Oh, no, Shy Guy's got a Magic 8 Ball. Trusty's got the reliable source. Woody Bog's got his horse. Is that a horse? Magic 8 Ball, yes. I think we've heard about the Magic 8 Ball, haven't we? I had my fingers crossed behind my back, and you couldn't see that in the post. No, it's behind your back. Post is made of wood. How'd you get your fingers in a post? A Karate Kid. Ugh. No, we didn't see that, Trusty. But now that you told us, we know that you have, so it doesn't count. That's like blowing all the candles out, making a wish, and then saying, "Oh, I wish for this. This is what I wished for." But it seems like you've all got reliable sources the way that you're talking. Of one form or another. Somebody calls it an 8 ball, and somebody calls it a reliable source or ketchup. Even Dave, man from the East. Rest in peace, Forrest Fenn. Rest in peace, Dave Woodard. Rest in peace, Shiloh. What? What? What's he saying? Like 3 characters are being killed off. Like, why would you say rest in peace, Dave Woodard? Unless you're killing a character off. I heard the funces are in the devil's details. If you know, you know. Well, aren't they what JCB said you need to be aware of? In a roundabout way. Pay attention to the details. Are they the devil's details? Silly sauce. I don't have a magic crystal ball. Shucks. Well, I don't think you need a magic crystal ball. I just think you need to hear. Uh-oh, silly sauce with cheese. Uh-oh, we're in trouble now. Just need some onion to go with that, and then we can have an onion sauce. It's the wrong sauce, though. You're starting to sound like K-Pro now, though, Trusted. Your credibility is going down now by having a sauce. It's not a GPS sauce, is it? You're not at... Oh, God. What was it called? That creek. Oh, I can't remember now. That creek near Isa Lake. Even that is a salt. Isa Lake, Chittenden, the bridge, the Divide, Union Pass. Just goes on. Where did he go after the devil went down to Georgia? When was that, in the year 2525? Did he go with his fiddle? Was he a fiddling? It's a strange question because, like, where did he go after the devil went down to Georgia? He went to Georgia. Where did he go whilst he was in Georgia? Where did he go after that? Probably Minnesota. No, what's the place near there? Is it Minnesota? I don't know. If he was liberal, he'd probably gone to Wisconsin. No offense, Queen. I'm digging in the garden and I found trusted cucumber. Dang, it's got seeds. Yeah, but if it's trusted cucumber, you'd have seen it like from your house. You wouldn't have to get into the garden to see it. The other day, I made corned beef and hash with Fidelia onions. Boy, was it sweet. Now you're making me hungry. Although, now, I'm not sure what hash is. Are you talking about hash browns? Or are you talking about mash? So here we have like corned beef and mash. Maybe with onions, whatever onions they are. I don't know if they're Vidalia onions. So, Mr. Tim, how you diddling? Popping? What, like this? That's what popping. Body popping. Breakdancing. Before the Lions win. We are the Lions. We're the British Lions. Woohoo. Mary, don't forget there are people in this community that don't understand what death by natural causes is. I didn't forget that, trust me. Trust me, I didn't forget that. If his cucumber is as long as his beard, then, well, it could only mean one thing. And a big nose, apparently, and big hands. The only problem is it's green. And that's not a good thing. Can't be a good thing. It's green. Corned beef and straight eights here. What the heck does that mean? What is a straight eight? Hip hip tally ho, and all that jive. What ho, young man? Yes, tally ho. He's a good old boy. Death by natural causes, no such thing. Nature's causes. Death. Death by natural causes. As far as I know, Forrest was going to choose his own time and place. I don't see that changing. Or having changed. I think, if that's part of, making it happen, think I thought of everything, etc., etc. Equals vegetables and vitamins. Oh, right. Right. I didn't know that. Corned beef, vegetables. So you have 8 vegetables. Wow. We have the 5. So 5 a day. The 5 a day you're supposed to get. Old age. Rest in peace, Pete Rose. That's almost saying. That's almost saying he's getting up again. Like rest in peace, Pete Rose. That'd be scary. Death by natural causes means the fall wasn't the cause of death. No, it's bad ears. That's what made him deaf. Death by natural causes. The fall wasn't the cause of death. Why does Bill keep saying that he got shot in the head? Is that a bullet hole I see before me? Correct. Yeah. But even when they say natural causes, don't they say the cause of the natural cause? They don't say natural causes. They say, whatever it was. Because he is confused and delusional. Who's confused and delusional? I had a dream about Preston. He was working at a concession stand selling blue ice cream cones. He was really mad at me and wouldn't sell me one. And the question you better ask yourself is, do you feel lucky, punk? He wouldn't sell you a blue cone ice cream. What a nasty man. Do you know why he wouldn't sell you a blue cone ice cream? Actually, it wasn't a blue cone ice cream, it was a blue ice cream cone. So would he sell you the ice cream without the cone? We know that, but why? St. Forrest was murdered. Murdered. Well, the poem says he wasn't. He must have changed his name to Emmett and got pushed off a balcony. And then the journal was found. It shouldn't need saying, but there are idiots in the chase that don't understand simple logic, yet think they solved the poem. Oh, I sound like that. It doesn't need saying, but it has been said. There are idiots in the chase that don't understand simple logic. I'm currently treasure hunting anything I can find without buying into a treasure hunt, and I couldn't be happier. And I'm happy for you. And that's what Forrest said, though, isn't it? Like, if you think about the what if, can't we all just get along, following my footprints, he was happy just hunting arrowheads and stuff. And I know, people say, yeah, it's easy to say when you got money, blah, 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 but he passed it on to us. If we just listened, we could be doing it. Well, you are, but Who's-Could-Do obviously did listen because he's doing it. So, as I said at the beginning of this, treasure is what you want it to be, whether it be, a love, whether it be a family, whether it be a job, whether it be a hobby, whether it be your team, something that you want to treasure, son, daughter, pet, whatever it is, however you want to, see yourself going forward. What was that? Something to do with the future. I see myself in the future. Are you happy with that person that you see in the future? That's all you need to aim for, isn't it? Like, what's going to make this person, that's me, happy in the future? What's firstly achievable to make me happy? And what could be achievable if, things went my way? Why blue ice cream? No, it wasn't blue ice cream. It was a blue ice cream cone. The cone was blue. Because blue ice cream means queues, dishwallers, counting blue cars. No, the cone was blue. The ice cream wasn't blue. We don't know what colour the ice cream was, did we, Michael? The cones were blue. Does that mean you have to vote Liberal? Well, it's not even Liberal. You're not even voting Liberal. Let's just be honest. You're voting Communist. That's what you're voting. You're not voting Democrat. I was going to do a video about it, to be fair. So Democrat, in no way, shape or form, comes under the heading progressive. It just doesn't. You're voting for a communist party with the heading of Democrat. That's what you're voting for. Or you're voting for an extreme liberal party, which is communist, under the heading of Democrat. You're not voting for a Democrat. That's why they're leaving the Democratic Party, because they don't recognise the party that they're in. And it'd be the same here. It's not a Labour Party, it's a Communist Party. Or, wherever else in the world. They're just, whether it be finance or, blackmail or whatever of these politicians, or whether it be they've indoctrinated these people into the culture and the civilization, and they've made them, into offices of power, and they're changing the rules and the laws because it suits them. And people go along with it under the guise of, well, I'm voting Labour because I don't want to vote Conservative. Oh, I'm voting Liberal because I don't want to vote blah, 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 Labour. Oh, I'm voting Democrat because I don't want to vote for Donald Trump. It's like you're all shooting yourself in the foot. You're not voting for any of those parties. You're voting for communists who are disguising themselves. That's what you're voting for. So blue cones, maybe you should vote for blue. But he doesn't want to sell you a blue cone, so maybe you should vote for a red cone. I have found many a treasures at garage and estate sales and thrift shops. I've been thinking about doing one of those, to be fair. I've got all sorts of stuff. Does anybody want to buy lots of porcelain figurines from Wedgwood and Coldport and those sort of things? I've got a cabinet there full of stuff that I don't need anymore or don't want anymore. And Toby jugs and, I don't know, birds, jars. Actually, now that I look around, I've got loads of stuff. Loads, and a loft full of stuff as well that I don't want anymore. Dude, it's the thrill of the chase. I didn't need Forrest to instill that in me. It's always been part of me. But I appreciate Forrest for reminding me. It's my passion. Yes, cool. And that's the thing, though, isn't it? The fact that he reminded us, that he said, look, you don't need to do all of this. The Democrats and Republicans are Whigs. You can have them back, Mario. We don't want them. We've got our own problems. We've got our own problems. Just need to just see the wood for the trees. We're being taken over by the communists. That's it. It's as simple as that. If you want to be a communist, go to China. That's what I say. If you want to be a communist, go to China. Don't try and take over my country or any other country. You know what I mean? You don't have the right to change my culture and my way of life. You just don't. And I don't appreciate it. And yeah, we need someone that's going to stand up to it and say, nah, enough's enough. How people can't see it, I don't know. They're buying land in every country, China, near, military bases. And it's like, wake up. Just wake up. This woke stuff, it's all a load of bull. It's all crazy stuff. It's not needed. You have many great treasures, my friend. Says, who's good to Zozo? Yes, he does. He's doing what I used to do, but can't afford to do anymore. You have my email, do I? No, I don't think I do. Hey, guy, do, push pineapple, shake a tree. Who's good, do, and many treasures need no money to acquire. So you are right about that too. Yes, many treasures need no money to acquire, which is what I said at the beginning of this, and this is what Forrest has helped me to understand. There are treasures that I can search for and attain that all I need is my metal and resolve. Don't need anything other than that. I too enjoy estate sales. My recent find, Garbage Pail Kids cards. Good find for original series. Ooh, yeah. China is a capitalist country, first and foremost. Yeah, but China has no freedom of speech. You can't do in China half the stuff you can do in America or England or anywhere. It just ain't going to happen. And you basically are slaves, basically. Now, it suits some people to live that way, but I'm pretty certain that most of them would say, no, I'd rather do it differently. Now, if you wake up every day, another day, and everything's paid for, and you go to work and you come home, and everybody's of the same ilk, that might be okay. But there's more to life than just that. If that's all your life is, it's not. Some people have to be in prison. That's what I equate it to. You're happy to be in prison because you can't cope with what's happening in the outside world. That's not how you live. That's not how you know about living. It's just not your lifestyle. It's easy to just go to prison, have no worries about rent, you know, paying for gas or groceries. You get your meals, you get your bed, done. And that's true. Some people prefer to be in prison. They can't hack the outside world. And that's pretty similar to being a communist state. And some people may say that's a bit harsh, but I don't think it is. I think you've got your bed, you've got your house, you've got the little bit of money that you have, and there's nothing to aspire to other than that's it. The only freedom you'll get is if you leave the country, which, some people do. That's why they ended up in America and England. I vote for freedom of choice. Your blood is blue from the outside when you look at your veins and red inside. I know what you're saying. It's blue when you look from the outside and red when it comes outside. So as you look at your vein, it's blue, but if you open your vein, it becomes red. But those with blue blood are supposed to be the rich or the elite or the chosen or whatever it is. But yeah, freedom of choice. That's what you're going to be losing because in America it's worse because once they take your guns, you've got your guns to lose. We haven't got our guns to lose, but once you lose your guns and once you lose the police, they take over. There's nothing to stop them. And I think that's the plan. Long term, I think that's the plan. Get rid of the police, get rid of the guns, put in the military, job done. That's it. Take away all your rights, take away your freedom of speech, take away the YouTube and stuff. They're not allowed to do those things. And that's it. You become a communist state. The communist state of America. That's what they're looking for. Just my opinion, but not just America, here. This is worse than you are. Our country's going through shit. I'm not a reseller, but I buy things that have value. Do. I sold many first, 34th editions and giant size cards, about 300 cards, including the Adam cards. Wow. If I die tomorrow, anything that I have acquired through an estate sale will not burden my family. Sold all my Pokemon and basketball and Tom Brady cards, but glad to have had them when I needed money. I knew they would sell quickly. You could have sold them to JCB and he could have put them in the treasures. My rainy day came. Yes, I know that feeling. Well, mine was worse because my rainy day came for someone else. They stole my stuff and then sold it. So they were better off than I was. Some of those things, it was good. Is that I'll go homeless and lose it. I decided to donate a lot of her stuff. My life sold off another. I still have Yvonne's clothes and stuff to, I don't know, donate or whatever. I'm not sure. What to do. Says I wish I had caught up with you before you sold off the lot. Yes. There is something in that I think it's a nice way of life to. There's always trying to find, something more, isn't there? So it doesn't matter what you collect, doesn't matter what it is, whether it be stamps or coins or, pig figurines or whatever it is. There's always a niche collection that, I want that one. or those made by whoever it is. That's the one that I want. Like, oh, I want a penny black, or I want a rare, whatever year it was, nickel. The earmark of communism is, yes, that word, totalitarianism, and America certainly that. Sorry about the big word, mate. I know you are. You do it to me all the time. I bet if you took the time, you put anti-disestablishmentarianism in there as well, wouldn't you? Or supercalifragilisticexpialidocious, because that's the type of guy you are. You know how to get me. Oh, don't be like that. Oh, that hurts. Elvis Presley. Oh, I've still got a few, only because I brought them here when I came here, but the others were stolen. I'm not sure if I have the live interview ones. I think I might still have them. Like, they're records, but there are interviews on there as well, when he's singing and being interviewed as well. I'm not sure if I still have them or not. Just temporary custodians, anyhow. A couple of VHTF 1960s rarities in that lot. EV of all was close to 200. Wow. He's still around, Elvis. He's still in the charts. I think Frank Sinatra's still in the charts as well, maybe. They're still selling records, so you just have to admire, their talent. Abracadabra of Sahara. Oh, sugar. The cave's just opened. Look at all that treasure. What was that? It was Abracadabra, wasn't it? No, it was Open Sesame. Open Sesame. It's like, that's just not. No. I can't see Big Bird saying that. You know what I mean? It's just not right. Sesame Street. Yep, Woody, you cannot take it with you. So enjoy what we can. I'll do everything now that makes me happy. Woohoo! Well, I don't know. I think Forrest could have proved that you could take it with you. I don't get this that you can't take it with you because, excuse me, I understand what I'm saying, but if you imagine the Terracotta Army and all of that, when that emperor died, they were with him. Like it or not, they were with him until, somebody came and robbed it or opened it up. So for however many years, he took it with him. Same with Tutankhamun and whatever. I mean, they're still looking for, is it Solomon's gold? He's took it with him. So, I believe you can take it with you until, which is not going to happen with Forrest, somebody stumbles on it. So, is that what Forrest meant? I could take it with me and no one's going to stumble on it. You cannot take it with you. So, I've done that. Sahara pipeline laid by 500 men in a day. I'm selling the rare dust collection, if any. Hey, Street. No. A rare dust cover, maybe, but not a rare dust collection. I don't know, then maybe how rare. Have you got provenance with that rare dust collection? I've got to go pee on my garden. Well, that's better than water the trees. It's good to see you, Street. Tigger, hello, how are you doing? Street, are you taking part in the JCB hunt? Will you be a what's the word? A oh, can't believe I can't think of it. Influencer. That's the word I was looking for. C Street, you encourage me and inspire me to think of the word eventually. Influencers. That's what we need in the JCB hunt. Will you be? I've been collecting it for years, Marriott. What, the dust? Yeah, but I need provenance. You could be telling me that. You could have just gone out, gone to some old lady's house, done the cleaning for her, then brought the dust back and said, look, I've collected this for ages. I need provenance. I need provenance. Yes, we need influencers for the new hunt. I think I bought the lot for under $5. Also, I made well over. Wow. Forrest would have been proud of you, Mr. Tim. 3,500% profit. Even my costs were making a profit, he said. Oh, I could have put that there as well. Did I put that there? Even my costs were making a profit. What does that mean? What's the street? If it doesn't have mould included, I'm out. I don't mind, I don't mind it just being dust. I just want provenance to prove that it's rare dust and not just your average run of the mill. I can get skin cells dust from anywhere. It doesn't come with dust mites, does it? Like if there's dust mites, I don't want to know. It has to be dust-free dust mite-free dust. Spores. Oh dear. I'm going to pass on the dust. I think I'll probably get my own dust. I'm going to start my own collection. I just bought a gamma tank I cut pre-World War II with German symbols on it. If you catch my drift, very valuable. Well, I don't know. I thought it was another M. Gamer tank die cut pre-World War II with German symbols. You sound like Indiana Jones. That's something I was thinking about the other day as well. This Indiana Jones seems very much like the American government because it seems that when they went to Afghanistan, they were after, was it Gilgamesh? Was he Afghanistan or was he the other one? Iraq. Like it seems that when they went to these countries and they had these wars, they went to these holy, I suppose you could call them. Certainly, possible secret weapon type historical things, and then came back out. Looks around his house. It may not be rare, but it is high elevation, high desert dust. No, thank you. Ancient Chinese secret. Confucius, he say, no, want no dust. So Gilgamesh is supposed to be the giant, but they were saying whether he had this amazing weapon or whatever it was that they used in them days, and it just seems strange that America went over there and the tomb was opened, and then the other one, I can't remember what the other one was, but that was in Iraq. Trusted to know, he knows everything. The one in Iraq trusted. What was that they were after, and then one in Afghanistan. I can't say the S word. I don't know much about. I don't know much about World War II collectibles. I heard that it is a niche. I was going to make a joke, but you can't make jokes in these days, so I'm not going to bother. It isn't a secret if you know about it. Well, it was a secret. Only you, me, and the governor all knew about it. Until then, it'll be our secret. What was that from? I'm sure Ben would tell me if he was here. Oh, where is Ben? We're expecting a trip and a video, or a video and a trip. And we're expecting a de-bearded Ben. The dust street. Oh no, just has the high altitude vibe. Extra stuff adds value. Well, I think your dust will be a different colour than streets. Hang on a minute. Is it dust or is it dirt? We need to get that sorted. I'm not just going to pay for dirt because that would be like the caliph. That would be the caliph. To the caliph, I am dirt, and to the dirt, I am caliph. Not dust. Actually, there was a time I'd see myself, dirt is dust. Refined dirt is dust. I see a bit of myself in that dust, you know. If you start with the ST and then the UD. I'm rare. I'm rare and I'm a collectible, I think. Not as rare as dust, I suppose, but pretty rare. Or is that just naive? Words are strange, aren't they? Dead skin Not from the bed. Don't want dead dust. Dead dust? Bed dust. Oh, hey, Mr. Street. How's life treating you, says Hiskadoo. Here is your eBay shovel. Now be gone with you. That's not what the poem says, Davy. It does say eBay shovel, but it doesn't say now be gone with you. Street. Uh-oh, Zozo's got a snake in his room. MJ! Woohoo! I am good. How are you? We're going crazy. If you're interested, MJ, Street has some rare dust for sale. And when I say rare, I mean very rare. I'll just give some love out to people in there. If you're interested, I think they're going to start a bidding war though. Oh, it's mummy dust, not daddy dust. From Egypt, all the way from Egypt, packed in a vacuum-sealed sarcophagus. And it's not dirt, it's not caliph, it's real dust. Yeah, you have to ask Street. I don't want to buy it. I've got my own dust. It's not rare dust, but we've got some from Chile too. That's cold dust, not coal with COAL. Cold, as in chili cold. Mummy dust, how cool. No daddy dust. I need a poop scoop. Ben's got a scoop. He's got a new handle. Well, he's got a shovel with a new handle. So he's got a scoop title. Or a scoop name. Uh-oh. Someone's... I've just heard something go, ha ha ha, bonk. There's somebody laughing their head off there. got Mummy Dust and Father Time going on here. Is there one on Shiloh's eBay? A shovel? I think it's been bought. I think Ben's bought the shovel. And the new handle. He may be told something he doesn't want to hear. He needs some pretty litter. Or glitter. Oh, if you got some glitter dust or moon dust, that'd be interesting. Street, how about moon dust? Chat disconnected. Please wait while we try to reconnect. Uh-oh. What's happening there? Some moon dust would be nice. Successfully connected. Pixie dust. I think I can fly. Uh-oh, it's Tinkerbell. Unicorn poo is highly collectible. Have you got any, Davey? One corn poo. You'd think it'd be called a unihorn, wouldn't you? Not a unicorn. One horn. I wonder why it's called a unicorn. I'm disconnected again. What's going on? Gary Clearhouse. Street, do you want to be in my gang? I'll check my connections. He's still in jail, isn't he? How about Luna? Hello, Mr. Five Leaf. How are you doing? Street blocked me. He thinks I'm a jerk. But I just like sarcasm. He hasn't blocked you. Oh, I see. I don't think he's... Oh, on his channel. Street, when are you going live again anyway? What's going on? Haven't seen you for a while. You must be related to Jack then. If you're a jerk. Jack the Jerk. No, that sounds better than Who's Could Do the Jerk. That's almost like a song. Who's Could Do the Jerk? I block everyone. My bad. But no, that's just your opinion. You can block anyone you want. There's nothing bad about blocking people. Mario, what's wrong with your background? What's wrong with it? It's the same as my foreground. Look. I'm in hell. It's a blurred background. This is my chair. And behind it is a wall with pictures. There's nothing wrong with it. It's just a fuzzy filter. Not gefilte like a fish in Rush Hour. Gefilte fish. I've actually put the light on a bit more this time. People said, "Ooh, so dark." Rubbernecking the unicorn magic dust. I've blocked everyone too. Oh, is that the sequel to I've Blocked Everyone 1? I have high quality block dust. What about Stardust? It's just a filter that says, like, which bit do you want to see, this bit or this bit? So, Oh, that didn't make any difference. That changes that. Oh, that's not that one. It's this one, isn't it? It's this one. There. Or that. Or that. Or that. So, is that better? Or is that better? It's all these different things you can put on it that I don't tend to mess with. Because I end up ruining everything. Uh-oh, I'm black and white. This is the vibrance. Uh-oh. A beetroot. I'll come down a bit on that. Hue and cry. I don't know why I'm doing this. Contrast. See now, I'm going to be in such a place that I don't know what I'm supposed to look like. Gamma and not so gamma. Yep, there's your tank. The sharpness. Oh, it's a bit sharp. Oh, that ain't moving up. Why ain't that moving up? Ah, no. Sharpness. Let's gamma. I don't see why sharpness ain't turning up. Uh-oh. Houston. We have. Oh, can't move it up. I don't know. Can't do it. Anyway, that's what all that is. It don't look any better now than it did before. I only block people if the trail is too narrow to pass. Hi, MJ! Oh, it's strange. Nothing like acidic salad to make the stomach catch fire before cheesy, meaty steak burgers. I only block. Oh, I've done that one. Stardust, cocaine. No, I have no cocaine. Hooskidoo, so do I. Have no cocaine. Tigger, what's going on? Parties do. No, they're called freak-offs. I bet Street's got his own freak-offs. Yeah, don't worry about it. Actually, all of it, it's been posted before. He tells me anyway that I'm in trouble with the FBI and whatever else. It'd take me ages to work out how to get rid of it now. Oh, I know. I press this, don't I? There you go. No, that's in the wrong place. No. Yep. No. No. Which one? That one? Oh, nothing on there. That one. So we have that. He already does. Hollywood End, Davey. Cocaine. Working in selling my place. Working in or working on? Joe, the humanity. What about the children? I have three cons. Tigger, gosh, you're a busy exclamation mark. Zozo Rocks doesn't block anyone because my road is miles wide and all can travel it freely. They all can travel it freely if they choose. Or Frank is going to send you. Oh no, I'm glad I've taken it down now then. I mean, the nudie pick's one thing, but a ballerina dress, that's just too much. That's just too much. It's just too much. Well, he'd have to change his name. I know he wouldn't be able to, but he'd have to change his name because if I know his name, I won't even open it. He might blow up on me. You just gotta laugh at things. You certainly have. DW. Uh-oh. Isn't that a lubricant? Or is that WD? Said, we are all going to be contacted by the FBI. Yes, he did. Which is very strange considering he said rest in peace to himself. I didn't get that. Well, I did, but it's like Shiloh, rest in peace. Dave Woodard, rest in peace. Forrest Fenn, rest in peace. Characters killed off one by one. I keep going out on you, not going out with you. No, I'd rather go out with someone than go out on someone. I don't know. Am I going out with everybody else? I don't seem to be doing anything different here. What, picture-wise or voice-wise. Page is blowing up. Hang on a second. Let me just get this. Oh, yes, yes, and yes. Uh-oh. All of them. Is anybody else having issues? Not like, bless you, not them issues. Is anybody else not sick? They talked to me yesterday. All their questions were about the sanity of DW. Well, he hasn't told you it's the Forest Bureau Investigations. That's what it is. They all work for Forest. There isn't a federal bureau anymore. It's the Forest Bureau Forest Bureau of Investigations. No, MJ's not having issues. Insanity is not just a record label. Or for Christmas. Insanity is not just for Christmas, it's for all year round. And if you choose to be insane, just inform your membrane. So I think, unfortunately, Street, I couldn't get people to buy the dust off you. I did try. Like moon dust and stardust, yeah. Ooh, what about some industry? Can we get some dust from a tree? From inside a tree? Industry? Why a ballerina from Shy Guy? Cynthia will send you Pictopolis. Okay, I'll put it back up. I'll put my email back up. Anytime. But next time try and give me a chance, you know what I mean? Like, something a bit more collectible. I don't know, like gold coins or something. Keep collecting, yeah, I'm gonna do the same. I was talking about it the other day, to be fair. I don't mind like vacuum cleaning and all those sort of things, but the dusting, I just don't like dusting. And I've got, all those fibre things that you get. I've got them in multicolours and different lengths and all sorts of things, but it doesn't want to make me want to dust anymore. I thought it might, be interesting to like have rainbow coloured dusters, and no, it's still the same. I don't like it. Have you got a proper dust stand that you can put them on, like for display? And do you count them? Like, do you sell them by like the thousands or in weight? Oh, that's why you collect it. Same reason. I might take up selling it then. Mine's English dust. We could trade. English dust for American dust. Then we could do DNA samples and see if it's exactly the same. It shouldn't be the same, should it, if it's DNA'd? What if you can DNA dust? Which is something I was saying earlier about Forrest. He put the hairs in the jar, which means he should be around for us to prove who he is. Because you can't hope to find DNA from Forrest Fenn. So the fact that he put them in the jar, he must have known he was going to be around to say, okay, this is the hair that I put in the jar, and it's not contaminated, and it's not been, I suppose that's the word, isn't it, contaminated? But this is the hair that's in the jar, and this is me. Look, yeah, that's my hair. Did a DNA test with this hair. But then, who is the real Forrest Fenn? Who's going to give the hair for the real Forrest Fenn? Only from the budgie. Mary, have you heard any news about the trill of the chase? Only from the budgie, if there's not supposed to be a H there. We're going to find something out, aren't we? Because Ben is going to get the inside scoop, or at least a new shovel, or a new handle shovel. And he said he's going to have news of news. And he did say his soul was better than mine. But, as I mentioned before, he doesn't know my soul. So even if you know my answer, that's different to knowing my soul. So I could tell someone the answer, and they say, "Yeah, that's my soul. That's my answer." I said, "Well, how did you get there then?" What? Well, if that's your answer, how did you get to that point for it being your answer? So I haven't told nobody the soul. Even if they know the answer, they don't know how I got the answer. Might get held up in customs. Yeah, you know what they're like. They'd open the bag and the wind would blow it away, and then it would be stuffed to ensure it. Is it easier to hunt crickets during the day or at night? Definitely at night. I can hear them. I can't hear them during the day. Be like, oh, where's that coming from? Jiminy, that's who it's coming from. I don't even know where they go during the day. I hear them now, can you? Who's scared? Do put down glue balls. Mm. You're not aiming to eat these crickets, are you? I know, there are people over there that think they're delicacies. Can't have that, can we? Especially if his name's Jiminy. Jiminy Cricket. Pop some of them up. Oh, summer loving. Summer nights are filled with mating calls. Summer's finished. We are now in fall. Or autumn, as it's better known over here. Or are you still part of your summer left? As ended when September finished. Ewes. They're sheep. Oh no, that's what Forrest put in the chest. He put in some IOUs. There must have been Ohio ewes. Ohio sheep. I don't know about eating crickets. Yeah, you have to be, someone who lives off the land to do that. You have to be one of those hard people. They're mountain men. Or, outbackers, bush people. Davey will tell you. Davey, do you eat crickets? I bet Crocodile Dundee would eat crickets. Actually, there was a scene where he's talking about that stuff, and then he said, "No, I don't eat it." Crocodile Dundee. That was the film. Films. Yeah, I wouldn't hear any crickets around here because it's just rain, 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 rain. So is Ben going to do a follow-up show after he get his dumb shovel, or is he going to string us along like he has Benin? Bien. Ben. Ben Knapp. Actually means the same thing. It's weird that his name means. What does his name mean, Davey? Ben means. I can't remember. Ben and Knapp. So Ben and KNAP mean. What do they mean? I can't remember. So the best way. Oh, Harris means the leaf of the cannabis plant, and that's the only way she's going to get black. Oh dear. Cannabis is black, a bit of black, a bit of gold. The only way she's going to be black is. I was listening to Candace Owens talking about her, and I think her real father's name is Donald Justin Harris, not Donald Jasper Harris, because that's what the poem says. And what a coincidence that it's Donald J. Trump and her dad's name is Donald J. That's weird. I wonder what's Donald's middle name? Mr. Donald Trump. What was I looking for? Oh, Knapp. Knapp. Ben Knappel. Knapp means customized choices, save preferences. Knapp. Oh no, there's too many. Can't remember what the word was we used. A tump, not a trump. Too many. Too many. A nap is a blob. Spot, Puff the Magic Dragon. Canker. Yeah, I better not say too many of those things. I don't think Ben would like being called that. Looks to do with mountains. Down. A nap is a down if you get on pool tables. Law. Hogback. That's a place in Wyoming. Near. Did you dip your toe in it? Wilson. Wilson. Den. Yes. Can't remember. All these weird names in the chase. Crazy. So yes, Ben said he was going to do a follow-up. He has to shave the other side of his beard. Cricket hunters are a special breed. Yes, they sit out in the sun all day and watch people bowl this red ball and somebody hits it with a bat. Ida 403. Nah, mate, that is too hard. Uh-oh, MJ's retracted head. You know it, Street. You know it. Mario, did you say it was raining? It's always raining. I feel like Noah. I have to build an ark and let them come in 2 by 2 or get hit over the head by 2 by 2, one of them. Yes, it's the mosquito hunters are even more special. Wow. In World War II, I think there were mosquitoes. Oh, Donald John. Thank you, Mr. MJ or Mrs. MJ or Miss MJ or Donald John Trump. Oh no, not another John. Joe, there's big mosquitoes in Alaska. Oh, will you ask her? Alaska. I don't know, Alaska. In Alaska, that sounds. I have been learning the art of fly capturing with chopsticks. What, like on whatever that program was, film was? Was it Mr. Miyagi? It was, wasn't it? Did Mr. Miyagi do it? Call me Daniel-san. Yeah, it was Miyagi then, if you're saying that. Call me Daniel-san. Volcano. Ooh. Ah, it was Volcano. Thanks, David B. Yes, it was Volcano. The Nap. Mario, check out Monty Python's Slicer. Mosquito Hunters. Hockey dokie, I will. I'm sure it'll be on Tubes of You. Mosquito Hunters. It can't beat the run away, run away. Give me the clock. Run away, run away. It's funny because even though I've watched Monty Python when I was a wee nipper, I can't remember half of it. I remember some things, and I remember laughing a lot. Same with Faulty Towers. I can remember watching it, and Benny Hill, all of them. I can remember Ernie the Monkman. That's about it. And the it's Hillary. I mean, hilarious. Tim the Enchanter. Lightning strikes. I know that's a good thing. To be struck by lightning. Who's dead? How many have you caught? Yeah, what it means is he was playing chopsticks on the piano and he hit him with the piano. I'm not going to believe it if you say you've caught any. I'm sorry. That's just the way I am. Even if you said one, I wouldn't believe you. And if you said one, I wouldn't believe you. And the Holy Grail. Yep. Yeah, but we can't do those sort of things now with the Monty Python because apparently it's not politically correct. We can have men having babies, and it's so wrong. It's like, what? Just. And I'm not saying it because he's English, but Ricky Gervais has got it right. It's like, just shut up, people. Shut up talking this stupid stuff. Just, there's no sense to it. Like, you can't, it's just a joke. Like, you can't have a joke because people get upset. It's like, it's a joke. That's what it's called. It's called a joke. Oh, the Immaculate Conception. Oh, you can't say that. Humour has no place in PC. Oh, wait. It's just crazy. Absolutely crazy. You can't tell a joke for fear that some insecure person is going to get upset. Just, I mean, I don't know if large people get as upset as those people make out they are. It's like Kamala Harris. You can't say Kamala. You got to say Kamala. If you go back and listen to the videos where they chant her name, it's Kamala. She never once went, "Oh, you can't call me Kamala. My name's Kamala." It's these other people that are like, "Oh, you can't call her Kamala. Her name's Kamala." So look, it's spelled Kamala, and people pronounce it as Kamala. There's no offence. Just reading what's written. Why are you getting upset that people make statements? And I don't mean this horribly, but out of ignorance, they just don't know. They're not trying to be offensive. People can make statements and not mean it offensively. They can say things because that's what they believe at that point in time. And it's crazy to think that you have to justify everything you say. That's just crazy. That's not the world that we should be living in, ever. Ever. I saw a video, I might have already said it before. Two young girls walking down the street, and some bloke or person sticks a microphone in front of them and says, "How many genders are there?" And this girl starts by saying, "There's two. There's a man," and she couldn't finish because her friend was saying, "No, you can't say it." And she's going, "Well, there's two. There's a man." And she's going, "No, shh." And she starts saying, "You can be whatever you want. There can be as many as you want." And this little girl, probably 17, 18 or whatever, is trying to say there's only two. And her friend wouldn't let her for fear that, they would be attacked or whatever because they believe there's only two genders. And it's crazy. There's only two. If you change your identity and when you die, somebody finds your bones later, they will look at that and go, "This is a man who tried to be a woman, and this is a woman who tried to be a man." They won't say, "You are a man and you are a woman," even when you're dead. They will still say whatever you were originally. And if you are a man, or boy, girl, well, it should be a man, but what's happening now is pathetic. If you are a man and you think that you are a female, what do you say? I want to feel normal. What? Wait, what? You want to feel normal? You're saying we're not normal because we're men and women and we, have heterosexual sex and you're normal because you have sex with the same male or female. But you want to change into a female because you want to feel normal. So are you abnormal before you want to feel normal? It's like the things you say just contradict everything that you're all about. Your ageism, racism, sexism, everything. Just everything you say just contradicts everything that the world knows. And you expect us to play into it. It's just crazy. I still can't believe she's running for president. Listen, I said when first time I saw Joe Biden, you shouldn't be running. This bloke, he's not all there. And he wasn't. And they told the whole world, and obviously America, that, he was fine. It's like, no, he's not. He shouldn't even, he struggled to be in an old people's home. And then they swapped him in the most outrageous, undemocratic, unconstitutional, however many words you want to put into that. They swapped her for him. It should never have happened in that sort of way. And I don't understand how they've allowed it to happen. She should be disqualified, in my opinion. I know I'm an outsider, but no, that's not how you vote people in. That's just not how it happens. It shouldn't, not in a Democrat. And it's like, you go under the guise of a Democrat, and basically you just become a dictator. You just ousted this person and run for president. Obviously not quite a dictator, but you've just taken charge by overthrowing the person that was in charge. Admittedly, he's probably not the best person to be running the country, but I don't think neither is she. And when you hear of all the lies that she tells, which is why I talk about Justin and Jasper, maybe there's a Donald Justin Harris that is the father and not a Donald Jasper Harris, according to the poem. But the poem could be wrong. David, be ridiculous. I don't know what ridiculous is. Let's have a look. I've done that. Humor has no restraints. No, it shouldn't have. It shouldn't have. It's humor. You should be able to imagine, without being punished. It's a joke being told that she is one of the best. It's just, but it's not as though she's the best. It's like, well, it doesn't matter. The media's going to lie anyway. It doesn't. They could have put a monkey. They could have put. I'm not being horrible. They could have put a monkey in the running for president, and the media would spin it that this was the best monkey and the best thing for the United States of America. And these liberals, Democrats, whatever they are, that are voting for Kamala, if they really are, I don't believe they are, but if they really are, it would just go through because they don't want to vote for Donald Trump. It's like, listen, here's your choice. This person's going to shoot you, or this person is going to make your life better. No, I'll take the person that's going to shoot me because I don't like that person. What? That's crazy. You're going to vote for this person that's going to make your life horrible because you don't like the person who's going to make your life better. That's like me walking up to somebody and saying, like, yeah, mate, here's 50 quid. And he goes, no, I don't like you. I'm not taking that from you. No, yeah, it's 50 quid. No, I don't like you. That's stupid. You just say, yeah, thanks for the 50 quid and walk away. You don't have to make love to the person. You just have to let them run the country and make your life better. That's it. That's as simple as it is. It doesn't get any simpler than that. I can make your life better, and this person won't make it any better. In fact, they'll make it worse. And that's the truth. They'll make it worse. Who do you want to vote for? Well, I want to vote for the person that's going to make it worse because I don't like the person who's going to make it better. What? That's just crazy. No, I hate that bloke. I hate everything he stands for. He's a dictator. He's a racist. He's this. He's that. He's the other. He's a felon. There's no proof that he's a felon. There is only proof that he's been accused of things by the opposition party against judges and people who would vote for the opposition party. He thinks there's something wrong with that way of working. And it's like, this is crazy. You'd rather vote for someone who's already made your life worse and is going to make it worse, rather than vote for somebody that you've heard lots of lies about, never done any research, and actually listen to the person. And you think after doing 4 years as president, he's going to make your life worse? How? How is that possible? He's already done 4 years, and it wasn't as bad in those 4 years as the last 4 years. How can he make it worse than it is now? Even if you don't like him. It's just, what? He's done 4 years, but he's going to be a dictator. He's a threat to democracy. He's this, that, and the other. And he's, a felon, and he's against this and he's against that, and he's against abortion and all these things. No, he's not. He's put it back to the states. So you choose in your own states. He doesn't think the government should be involved in it. In fact, he doesn't think the government should be involved in your life at all. He thinks the government has no role in your lives other than to make America great. Wow, I can't see what the issue is. Admittedly, he does say the wrong things, but he's a human being, not a politician. That's why, he is loved by so many people. He's one of them. He thinks like them. He talks like them. He's one of them. And that's maybe why these rich people don't like him, because he doesn't talk like a rich person. He talks like the man on the street. He understands that person. Crazy. Crazy, crazy, crazy. Worse than crazy. Why do old men and church ladies worry about who's a freak? Because they're not having sex or what? Ask Diddy, he'll tell you. He'll tell you what a freak is. And so will the, pastors, vicars, whatever you call them over there, who went to his parties. They'll tell you. Crickets are for, I thought they were for sharing. Crickets are for fishing and telephones. Okay. 2 genders, 100%, 2 genders. It's like, what the? You just can't say that. You're too scared to say that in public. That's crazy. That's crazy. They don't know P. Diddy father. Take a telephone. The telephone company health insurance rates are going up due to taking place. Not just that, but you've got all those immigrants that are draining the system, insurance for the cars because of all the accidents they're having, blah, blah, blah. Your economy is screwed because of illegal immigration. Like, you're paying more because you've let people into your country, not you, people, but people are coming to your country and are taking away all the resources that are meant for real Americans. And it's all right to say, yeah, well, we're all immigrants. Yeah, but you're immigrants that were born of immigrants, not immigrants that just came over and decided that, well, we'll take the houses and we'll live in, nice hotels, and we'll attack and rape, people that are here, and we'll do whatever they do, drive the cars incorrectly because we can't drive, and we'll make your insurance go up, and we'll fill your schools up with kids that can't speak American, English, whatever it is. And we'll do all this, and we'll be a drain on your economy. And we'll screw you over so badly that, basically you are screwed. And then they'll defund the police, and then they'll take the guns off you. And then you'll be a shell of what you were. I'd vote for a cat before I vote for Trump. There you go. See, that's what it says. And that's just it. It's just crazy, crazy. Your groceries are through the roof. Your gas is through the roof. And you'd rather vote for a cat who will just make it worse. Just crazy. just vote independent. You know, you don't have to vote for Trump, but if you're voting for a person that could screw your country over, and they literally, that's what they're doing. That's all they're doing. That's all they're trying to do. You know, I would go to jail if I see somebody burning my flag. As much as I, feel bad about my country the way that it's going, I would go to jail if I saw somebody burning the English flag. I really would. And they allowed that to happen in front of the Capitol. That's just sickening to me. Sickening. And it just shows the real people they are. They don't care about America. They absolutely don't care about America. Not in the slightest. And neither do some of these celebrities. They don't know what it's like to be an American, a real American. And they don't know what it's like to be a poor American, and they don't know what it's like to be an American on the street. And the same over here. It doesn't start at the middle class. It doesn't start at the middle class. It starts with the person on the street and then the poor. How can you build a campaign on saying, yeah, we're going to build up the middle class? What, to make the middle class rich? And just leave the poor where they are and the people on the streets where they are? Start with the poor people. Start with the veterans. Start with those people that have been left with nothing because you've totally disowned them. Start with them people. Build them up to middle class so there is no poor. You don't need to build the middle class up. While they would like to be built up, there are certainly more people that are more deserving and more in need. I'm not saying all poor people are, but there are some people that are more in need than the middle class. It's just crazy what she's saying. Want to build the middle class up? I came from a middle class family. No, you didn't. No, you didn't. In Canada, you didn't come from a middle class family. And that's all you say with all your answers. Shut up. Crazy. Anyway, stop doing that. You keep taking me back to this horrible place. If you weren't born with a womb, then you are never a woman. 100%, Tigger. 100%. But, she's ignoring the real women in favour of pretend women. It's just crazy. Then she's saying, we are in favour of women respecting their bodies. No, you're not. You're in favour of bloody men changing into women. That's what you're in favour of. You want to kill babies. That's all you want to do. You're not respecting a woman's body. You just want to get rid of the population and bring immigrants in. You don't want any more Americans that are going to vote against you. That's what you're doing. Don't be naive and thinking that she's trying to protect women. Is she? Heck. That's not what this is about. This is about reducing the population of real Americans brought up with American values and swapping them for bloody communists that come in from another country. That's all they're doing. It's crazy to believe or even think that she thinks about women. She doesn't give a monkeys about women. She doesn't care. She wants to make out she's black. She's not even black. It's just crazy. The lies she tells to get people to vote for her so she can screw them over afterwards. This is just about bringing communists into the country to make it a communist country so it never, ever get voted Republican again, ever, whether it be Donald Trump or anyone. If they can get enough people in to keep it voted Democrat, it will stay communist. It won't be Democrat. That's why the Democrats are leaving the Democratic Party, because they don't recognize the party. There is nothing progressive in the word Democrat. Nothing. But yes, Tigger, I agree. Woman. It's too bad many lone white men worry about genders and communists and don't support lesbian. Women means slave man. It's biblical. Yeah, but it doesn't matter. Women, man. What matters is hue man. That's what matters. A hue man. We are all hue man. One human. Don't worry about anything else. We're all human. Just stop going down that road of let's separate everybody. Let's put everybody into categories and let's all fight each other. So we're not fighting the problem. We're just fighting each other. I don't go sneaking around. Sorry, I live in the USA and do not have a passport anymore. Oh dear. The guy that does not have to do the job but takes bullets, yeah, and loves his country. That's all he's doing. He's doing it. Listen, how many of you who think Democrat would do this? You're a billionaire. You don't need to do this job. You don't need to be president. You don't need to be. But you say to people, listen, they're not after me. They're not trying to kill me. They're after you. I'm just in the way. He's just in the way. He's trying to protect your country. He's trying to protect you. He's getting shot at for doing it. And he's still doing it because he loves his country. He wants it to be great. And that's why he's doing it. Because I tell you now, if you had his money, you say, stuff it. Go fuck yourself. I'm not getting shot at for you lot. Everything that he says is honest. He doesn't need to do it. He's rich enough not to do it. He doesn't even get paid to do it. He doesn't take money from you. He doesn't take tax from you for the job of being president. I don't know anyone else that would do it, ever. Even your George Washingtons and your blooming Thomas Jeffersons. I bet they got paid. He doesn't take your money off you. He gives it you. I wish he was our president, our prime minister. I really do. I wish he loved our country the way that he loves your country, the way that he loves every single one of you, in any way that you want to take that. It's just crazy that people don't give him a chance because they hear this bullshit media stuff and claim that he's something that he's not. If you spent half an hour just listening to him, you'd know who he was. You start me off and I always start me off. It's not in my country, but it just pees me off that my country's as bad as it is and I haven't got a Donald Trump to save me or to stand in front of the bullet for me or to have God on his side to save him twice. We don't have anyone like that. Will Laney boy respect you in the morning? We're gonna take them all. Fuck it. It's 9 AM bourbon. You can actually just story beats. No, David, just repeat after me. How does a guy in a mining town have all female friends? By being good with Kamala. Everyone's rights. You won't have any rights. That's just it, though. You're slowly voting away all your rights, and she will take them. She even makes a statement, I'm going to take their patents off them. What? Somebody comes up with an idea, buys a patent for it, and you say, well, we'll take it off them. You just have to have the balls to do it. And I've got the balls to do it, so I'm going to take their patents off them. Does that sound like China, or does that sound like America? And you want to vote for this woman who really hasn't told you half of what she's really going to do. Once you lose your guns, once you lose the police, you're screwed. You have nothing. You will have no rights. You will have nothing. And the real truth will come out. But I don't think I'll get to that. I think Donald Trump will win by at least 61%. At least 61. Maybe as much as 67. I might have to ask the poem to see if that's right, though. I heard that the longshoremen are going to strike and the trains aren't going to the docks. Yabba, yabba, dabba doo, yabba dabba. I'm not, and I'm not celibate. They'd never allow that. Trump is owned by the deep state. His dad passed along $1 billion to his kids, legally not paying the gift tax. Yeah, but that is not. No, we can't. We don't have guns here. Well, we do, but no, I don't own a gun. That's why I say we haven't got the same as you've got there. It's not. It doesn't matter what happened in the past, because then you just like these people that talk about slavery. So you can't help that. That happened. You have to live in the now. You have to accept the now. If black people can accept the now, and not keep going on about, slaves, then why can't everybody else? Why does everybody else feel like they have to stick up for black people? It's just crazy. Donald Trump is trying to make America great. That's what he's trying to do. He's trying to stop, listen to him, he's trying to stop the wars in Israel and in Ukraine. It can only be a good thing. We know Biden and Kamala Harris is not going to stop them. It can only be a good thing for the world, not just for America. Like, I'm not being biased. I'm just telling you the truth. This is how I see it. This is what it is. This is the real truth. Not the media bullshit. Not these pathetic, stupid interviews that she has, that she's not even answered a proper question. Not this bullshit she's just been to the flipping border. The truth is in what's happening around the country. That's what the truth is. And she's had 4 years to do it. Oh, well, she's new to this. No, she's not. She's had 4 years of it. He even said, Joe Biden even said, she had just as much power as I have. I gave her the power to do these things. On that, very unbiased show, The View. Just crazy that people will believe this crap that comes off that program. Bull. Absolute bull. No, I don't own a gun though. But, and then she admits she's got a gun. And anybody who breaks into her house is going to get shot. But you're not allowed to have one. Crazy. Absolutely crazy. When they can man a drum set, bass, keyboard, and sing sound backup. P.S. You're preaching about the same guy that hasn't took away women's rights. How has he took away women's rights? He gave it to the state. He said each state choose what you want to do. How is that taken away? If you listen to what he says, in his own way, he would rather do it, or he believes that abortion should be done at a certain time. But no one can agree that killing a baby, once it has a heartbeat, it's a human being. No one can agree, no one should agree that killing a baby with a heartbeat is the right thing to do, unless, which is what he said, and I agree, there are circumstances, rape or incest or some things that you can understand why a woman doesn't want the baby. But when it's a human being, and it's a human being when it has a heartbeat, it's alive. And I said earlier, so you cry if somebody kills a kitten or a puppy, but you don't give a monkeys if they kill a baby? That's crazy. Now, in certain circumstances, he says, it's understandable why the woman doesn't want that. And he's not taking that away from all women. He hasn't taken anything away from women. He said it's up to the state to decide. So you in the state will decide, as individuals, how you progress with that. It's not up to the government, he says. It's not constitutional for the government to decide about abortion. It's not in the Constitution. He doesn't have a right as president, neither does she. Neither did Roe and fucking what's his name. They don't have a right to decide on that topic. They don't have the right. So therefore it's to the state. He's right in what he's doing. It's not constitutional to be in the government's hands. How can you fight or argue that? It's the right thing to do. If it was part of the Constitution, that's one thing, but it's not. It's not a constitutional right. Abortion is not a constitutional right. So therefore he has no right. And he gave it to the state, which is the right thing to do. Even though he doesn't think that it should be that, that's what he did. Because it's the right thing to do. And I agree with that. And it doesn't matter whether you're Republic or not. I agree that what he did, because it's not in the Constitution, to give it back to the state. That's why he did it. Nothing to do with women's rights. It's to do with what is right according to the Constitution. Or he could be a dictator like Kamala wants to be, and she'll decide that she'll kill your children and she'll change your children from boys to girls because it suits them. Crazy. He's only getting locked up because they've trumped up charges. There is He's done nothing wrong except be caught trying to protect the rest of the country. That's all he's done. He stood up for America. One man against this political machine and the media, and he's still going. Doesn't that say something about how right he is? Because if he was wrong, it would have gone by now. It would have all folded. But the fact that he's taken on the political machine and the media, and he's still there, and people still love him and still want him, it's only those that are too ignorant to read up or listen to him that don't understand what's really happening in your country. Just crazy, crazy. Once it has a heartbeat, it's alive. Once it has a heartbeat, it's alive. So you're saying, because it's a fetus, in 1 year, that wouldn't have been a baby, little baby. In 10 years, it wouldn't have been a young person. In 20 years, it wouldn't be a young man. That's crazy. You shoot your flipping what's the name off if it was a little dog or a little cat. Just crazy. Absolutely crazy that you can just say, well, it's only a fetus. It's a living being with a heartbeat. You can't just say, no, you can kill it. And it's not just, it's the way that it's killed. They tried to use that woman. No, they gave her an abortion pill. They gave her an abortion. They paraded her in front of everybody, but they gave her an abortion pill. It didn't work. It wasn't that she didn't have an abortion. It was that the pill didn't work and the fetus, part of it, was still inside her. And they didn't do the operation. On them, not on Donald Trump. On them, they didn't do the operation. The abortion was done. But the pill didn't work properly. And they didn't look after her. Nothing to do with the abortion. To do with the aftercare of the abortion. But, take it one step further, if the abortion didn't take place, she wouldn't have been in that position. And she wouldn't have died if she didn't take an abortion pill. So you want to care for the woman? Well, you didn't care for her. She had the abortion. It didn't work. That's not Donald Trump's fault. That's the fault of the person taking the pill and the fault of the doctors who didn't finish off what was started by the abortion pill. Now, if you get the facts straight, it has nothing to do with abortion. It has everything to do with the aftercare of the abortion that she was given. She was given the abortion pill. So people are blaming Donald Trump for stuff that's not even what he did. It has nothing to do with it. It's just crazy that people believe all this bullshit without hearing the truth. The truth is the abortion was done. This woman died not because she didn't have an abortion. She died because she had an abortion and they didn't do the aftercare to finish off what should never have been taking place in the first place, potentially. Anyway, I don't want to be on. This is crazy. Yes, you have a right to choose. It's in the state. It's out of the government's hands. He's given them their rights. He's given them their rights. Now, you can either stay in a state that suits your abortion requirements or move to a state that doesn't suit your abortion requirements, but your government does not have any right to interfere. It's not constitutional. That's why it's up to the states, which is the right thing to do. So therefore, Donald Trump has given every woman their right to choose. Indirectly, they have their right to choose. It's up to the state they live in, not the government. That's all he's done. He's put it in the state's hands and the woman's hands. She either lives in a state that agrees with her principles or she doesn't. That's up to her. But he can't do any more than that. It's not in the Constitution. He can't make people do those things. And she shouldn't make people do those things. It's not in the Constitution. And that's how you live. That's how your country is built. And they're eroding all of it. and you can't see it. It's crazy. They're trying to make you into a flipping communist flipping state. I don't see what's so difficult to understand about that. They're trying to take away all your rights and you can't see it. Once you dismantle the Constitution, you have nothing left. Nothing. You're not America. Therefore, you become China or Russia or Venezuela or any of those other states. Just can't see how you can't see it. You might not like the bloke, but hi NFJ. The truth is that they're arguing so much about is not constitutional. He can't do what they want him to do, which is why he overturned it. It's not in the Constitution. That is not his fault. That is the Constitution. And you either abide by that or you don't. And if you don't, then start planning a trip to China or just live in the United States of China. Satan is behind. Yeah, of course it is, Tigger. It's just lie after lie after lie, and people believe in it. Is it, that they're lying to themselves. Those people that are arguing now are lying to themselves about what's happening in your country. And it would only take a few searches to find out what the real truth is. And people are finding out the truth. That's why they're moving over from I don't know what it is, liberal, Democrat, communist, Marxist. I don't know what the party is. But they're moving from that. And you'll see that in this election. By the time this election finishes, Donald Trump will be way ahead. Because people will have realised that she's full of lies. The fact that she doesn't do interviews tells you everything you need to know. There's nothing to stand on. Nothing. She's not going to make promises that she can't keep. Or that she won't keep. Not that she can't keep. She won't. The border should tell you everything you need to know. They're killing babies and bringing in communists in order that Democrats win election after election. That's it. And once it's too late, it's too late. Doesn't matter. Evil has taken over. And, as long as you allow it to, it'll just propagate and get worse. Thing is, once you take away the guns and the government turn on you, you've got nothing. And they will turn on you. How has it been impeded upon? He has put it in the hands of the state because it's not a government issue. It's not in the Constitution, so it doesn't belong in the government's hands. He can't. If he took it on and left Roe, he would say, or he would be in charge of doing something unconstitutional, and he would still get crucified for it. It's not in the Constitution. What the heck can't you see? It's not in the Constitution. It doesn't belong with the government. He's keeping out of public affairs. The public affairs. He's keeping out of the public affairs by putting it in the state's hands and saying, you the people decide what you want to do about abortions. Isn't that what the Constitution is? You the people decide, not the government, and you're voting for a government to take control of women's lives. You're doing it the wrong way round. In order for them to be in charge of their own bodies, they need to be in charge of their own bodies. It needs to be state by state. It cannot be in the hands of the government. That's not being in charge of their own bodies. That's the government being in charge of their bodies. How you cannot see that, I don't understand. I really don't. It's not in the Constitution. We the people, by the people, for the people. The people decide what they want. Therefore, he took it out of government's hands and gave it back to the people. That's the right thing to do, according to the Constitution. What is wrong with you? You're trying to blame him for something he's not doing. That's crazy. If he was over here and we had a constitution, he said, right, it's not up to the government to decide that. It's up to the people. I'm going to let the people decide what they want to do about abortion because it's not a thing for me to do. I am not in control of that. I am the government, and it is the people that are in control. So I'm giving it to the people. Therefore, these women that you keep talking about, I don't know how many there is. It's not the whole of America, I know that these abortions can actually affect. They have the right to choose now. They have the right to choose. Not Donald Trump. He doesn't choose what they do with their body. And not flipping Kamala Harris. She doesn't have the right to choose. It's up to the state and the people. And they vote what they want to do with abortions. And if your state decides abortion, that's what you get. And if they decide no abortion, that's what you get. But it's the people that decide, not the government. What is wrong with that decision? Nothing. Apart from the bullshit that you've heard. Because the reality is, it's not a government issue to be decided by government. It's the people issue decided by the people. He's done the right thing. He's given it to the people to decide. What is wrong with saying, look, here is your constitution. It says that you decide what you do with your body. So do with your body whatever you wish. I'm not in control of it. I think that's right. That's right by the constitution that you live by. That's absolutely right. You are now in control of your body. Every woman in every state is in charge of what she does with her body because it's a state-run topic, subject, whatever you want to call it. I don't know what you term it under. But it's state-run. Voted by the people. Not told what you can do by somebody who is in government. I don't know why you're getting me on this, because it's stupid. I've just said, why is it not a state issue then? What is it? It's a people issue. It's not a government issue. The government can't tell women when they should abort their baby. That's stupid. You're saying it's got to be for the woman to decide, but then you're saying the government has to decide when she can abort the child and when she can't. That's stupid. Now you're taking the right away from the girl. You're saying that Donald Trump should say that this girl who's been raped should have an abortion or shouldn't have an abortion. Shut up. She should have the choice. And the only way she gets that choice is if they vote for it. The state, you people who vote in your members of Congress, of the Senate, of the House, you vote for them. You vote for them. And you say, we don't want abortion at this time, trimester, whatever. This is what we want in this state, and you vote for that. In the hands of the woman. She can vote. I want, in my state, the abortion in this manner. This is what I think is right. How is that wrong? That's crazy. Is this the anger resulting from Brexit? Yes. Just people talking stupid. They're shooting themselves in the foot every day and they can't see it. You're turning the world communist and you can't see it. I don't want to live in a communist world. I really don't. I don't see any benefit in it. Yeah. I've never really had the euro, to be fair. We never had the euro, but we're in the European market. How am I wrong? I'm making a simple state. You have a constitution. Have you read your constitution? Have you read it? In there anywhere, does it talk about abortion? No. Therefore, it's not up to the government. Therefore, Kamala Harris has no right to interfere with when a lady can or cannot have an abortion. They cannot set a term for the abortion because it's up to the people to decide. Therefore, those people, in whichever state they're in, choose whether it's 12 weeks, whether it's 16 weeks, however many, whether it's at the point of birth, whether it's after birth. They choose. The woman who you are also eager to protect chooses the state that she's in, which type of abortion law exists in that state. It's not a one law for everybody. government decision. It's not. It isn't. It has to be chosen by the people. Now, if you're a man who doesn't give a toss and you vote badly, that's not Donald Trump's fault. But if you're a president that doesn't give a toss, that is somebody's fault. So he has to give it to the state. Has to give it to the state. Just I don't see what the issue is. I really don't. But how does that get changed? How does that get changed, Trusted? Your civil rights, how do they get changed? Your members of Congress, your members of the Senate, your members of the House. Now, if you all want to pass a bill, that you all can agree on, fine. But it won't happen. So it has to be per state. Civil rights, liberties, whatever, is irrelevant. You're not all going to agree. So it can't be down to one person in the White House deciding what you all do. It can't be. There can't be a federal law. There has to be a state law. It can't be federal. If it was going to be that simple, guess what? You'd all vote for one party. You'd either all be conservative or you all be liberal. And they could say, yeah, that's it. Blanket. Everybody do this. Come on, be real. I thought you were cleverer than that. How is it silliness? Read the Constitution. It's not in the Constitution. How can it go to your government if it's not in the Constitution? And by government, I mean president making one rule. How is that a constitutional? That's just a dictate. That's just a dictate. I dictate that every woman in the country has an abortion up until the point of birth. I'm saying that. That doesn't sit with everybody. It's impossible for that to sit with everybody. It's not constitutional. It's not in the Constitution anyway. It doesn't belong at the table of the President of the United States. It doesn't matter whether it's Donald Trump or Kamala Harris. It doesn't belong on the table of the United States of America. It's a different type of law. If you say it's civil rights, you still have to do it by state. You still have to decide. There still has to be a point where it starts. The President of the United States doesn't own the civil rights law. It doesn't. It's just crazy. I'm a man. I can change if I want to, I guess. South will rise again. Red, green. Don't know what that means. I think we have. Give it eggs to fry. In the air, no pun. Blaming others for your choice will have dire consequences. You can't, you have to be able to choose yourself. So Mary, you don't have to say so in any of it. No. But what will happen is when the United States falls and becomes communist, guess what happens next? Europe. So yes, I do have a say in it. I want Trump to be in the presidency so China doesn't take over the world. So we don't have World War III. So Israel is not affected by crazy, I don't know what to call them. And if you can't see that these things are bad things that are happening, then I don't know. I really don't know. These are bad things that are happening. We are living in dire times right now. And it starts with these lying people taking over a party that's called Democrats, who are really communists and, the worst part of liberal that there is, but really communists. That's all they are. And they are lying and manipulating the public, not just in America, around the world, in order to take over without firing a single shot. So yes, I do have a say in it. Yeah, it's over. Apparently I haven't got a say in it, but trust me, I have. But, you know what it says in the Bible? People don't believe it, but, the proof will be in the pudding. The things that were said were going to happen are going to happen, which for all these bad people is going to turn out bad for. I'm not, hey, hi, pirate. I'm not, your average Christian, Catholic, Protestant, or believe. I believe that God exists outside of our time and space and reality. And I believe that, in the future, he may be one of us. 1,000 years in the future, who's to say? 10,000 years into the future, who's to say? 20,000 years into the future, who's to say? God is everywhere. The past, the future, the present, he's everywhere. He doesn't exist like we exist. He has the ability to move from one dimension to another, from one time to another. And who's to say that that can't be a human being in the year, 50,010? I don't know. But I do know that from nothing, a bit like the chase, if you have nothing, you always have nothing. You need something. You need something to make nothing something. It's that simple. So you can say you don't believe it. You don't have to believe it. But there are lots of religions around the world that can't all be wrong, especially when all those religions talk about a flood that took place. And it's the same story, whether it be Sumerians or whatever. So you can believe what you want. You can believe in whatever God you want. But I'm pretty certain that every one of those people in every one of those religions, any one of those religions that you choose, are saying that people of the same sex don't marry. That a man is a man and a woman is a woman. All those things that people are trying to change now have nothing to do with common sense. Nothing. So even if you don't believe in a God, you've got to believe in common sense. But that's your statement. Israel does not have the right to exist. Why doesn't it? Everybody has a right to exist. Everyone has a right to exist. You may not like it. There was a time that people thought that blacks shouldn't exist. You just changed from blacks to Israelis. That's crazy. Absolutely crazy. Absolutely crazy. And that's the kind of thinking that's going to change this world and make it, a horrible place to live. So, again, no right to exist. What do you mean no right to exist? That's what we're fighting for. That's what we fought for. That everybody has a right to think what they want. You're trying to build a world that says that nobody's allowed to think anything other than what the government tells them. That's the world you're aiming for. You must think what the government says and do. There'll be those people that agree with what the government says, but the majority of people won't. Don't need a God to make you do the right thing. That's what I'm trying to say. You don't need a God to tell you what's right and wrong. People are allowed to exist. I think, therefore I am. That's it. That's it. It's as simple as that. If you think and therefore you are, then you should be left alone. Doesn't matter about God. Doesn't matter about God. It just matters about being the human being that you are. You don't need God, even though, something should exist. You don't need that to tell you what's right and wrong. And to say that Israel has no right to exist, what? Every human being has a right to exist. Every human being has a right to exist. No different than that heartbeat of a little baby has a right to exist. But there are those people that think they don't, and that's crazy. But you're allowed to have your opinion. It's just I don't want to live in a world like that, where it's okay to kill people. That's what he's saying. Israel doesn't have a right to exist, so kill them all. Crazy, crazy, crazy. Of course abortion is murder. If there's a heartbeat, fetus or not, it's alive. And they're able to save more and more babies, earlier and earlier in pregnancy. And that's crazy to think that, No, just don't even want to think about it. It's just crazy. Yeah, but you're saying because that doesn't exist, those people don't exist. Of course, they have the right to exist. Just like people who believe in Hindu exist, just like people who believe in Islam exist. But it's amazing that those people that you're talking about don't have a right to exist is being protected by their God. Because if they didn't have a right to exist, trust me, they would have been blown away by now. Somebody is helping them. I can assure you of that. Hey, good on you, Sophia. Israel is not a human being. Israel is a political group. Yes, but those people standing up in that group are still human beings. That's like saying, what's it like saying? Kill all Republicans. Stupid. Stupid. Just because they think a certain way, you should kill them. Just crazy. Crazy thoughts. Really crazy. Yeah, but like I say, it was all predicted in the Bible that this hate would happen, that people would turn against God. It doesn't matter which God it is, it doesn't matter what the argument is, the actual events take place and they're taking place, which means it gives more credence to what it is they're fighting against, which is crazy. Claiming there's no such thing as God and the Bible is wrong and doesn't exist and it's not blah, 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 and yet what's written in the Bible is taking place, you're proving it right by saying it's incorrect. That's just crazy. Absolutely crazy. Me calling you stupid. The thoughts are stupid. The person might not be stupid. You can't say that, not you, Husker, you can't say that people should be killed because they're a political group. That's just crazy. It really is. They're a political group, so they don't deserve to exist. Okay, the group doesn't deserve to exist. Great, but not the people. And if you say Israel doesn't deserve to exist, then you're pretty much saying the people don't deserve to exist. Yeah, but it culminates in the return of Jesus. If that's the case, if that's what's happening, if that's what you're doing, is that what's that word when it says self-fulfilling prophecy? You create a self-fulfilling prophecy by doing what you're doing. If it is real, not Israel, Israel, if it is real, you're creating it. The people doing what they're doing are creating it. Just like if it is true that happened, and Babylon, and all those things that happened, he had to come down and say, look, enough's enough. The ark, enough's enough. If it is true, you're creating that scenario that says, if it's true that there is a God, he's going to turn around and go, right, enough's enough. So you're better off just ignoring the fact that people believe and allowing them to believe than prove. I'd rather not have anything to do with it and go on my merry way than stir up a hornet's nest and prove that I was wrong to say there was no God, and he comes down and smites us. I'd rather just say, well, okay, hang on, Yeah, and I know what you say. Yeah, but it's just threatening that you blah blah blah. But no, I don't feel hard done by if I let them think what they think and I think what I think. See, Zozo, thanks, mate. Yeah, he did. I know what you're saying. You know, I understand it all, Tigger, but you know, it's up to individuals to think what they think. But when it comes to killing people or babies, you know, that it's just a little bit too far. Look, if there's one thing that we know, history is repeats. And if anybody denies that, there's something wrong with how they've been brought up. History repeats. So at some point, you know there's going to be another flood. At some point, you know there's going to be another war. At some point, you know, blah, 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 these things are going to happen. And, you know, the more you play into the scenario that's happening, the more likely it's going to happen. I mean, that's just simple fact. I'm not, you know, I'm just using logic to, you know, all my arguments, I'm arguing logically. You know, even the abortion and the Constitution, that's a logical argument based on fact, not based on ideologies, not based on the joy or the feeling or the vibe or whatever the bullshit that's coming out. That's based on, these are real facts. Everything that's happening that people are talking about is factual. Our world is going to shit. People are ignoring it. People are claiming that it's all God's fault or whatever they want to claim, that there's no God. You know, a bit like blaming Trump, really. Oh, you know, listen to the truth. Hear the facts first. Understand the facts. And then make a decision. But you're making a decision based on all the bullshit that people are telling you. You haven't even understood the bullshit that they're telling you. I mean, this woman who's trying to be president has not done a real interview that has been questioned once. If that doesn't tell you there's something wrong, I don't know what will. And just because you want her to win doesn't mean it's right. It can't be right. Basically, you're saying it's okay for them to lie and it's okay for them to not to do the interviews because they've got to win, you know, by any cost because we don't want Trump in. So we want to have a shit country rather than have Trump in power. It's crazy. Absolutely crazy. The right to choose what's best for you. You know what's best for you, not someone else. And that's how it is. And I think that's what Trump did. He said, you know, I'll leave it to you. You decide what you want to do. It's not up to me. Tigger, the God you speak of is of ancient Egypt. It doesn't matter. As usual, Mary, you are arguing half-truths. It's not a half-truth. It's not in the Constitution. It ends there. There is no other argument. It's not in the Constitution. What's the argument? Is it in the Constitution or not? No. A full truth. Does it belong with the president say so? No. Another full truth. Does it belong with the people? Yes. Another full truth. How do the people take charge of that? By voting for the state. Another full truth. You can't get around it. It doesn't matter whether it's a civil liberty, blah, 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 civil rights issue that you want to try and claim it to be. It matters that it's in the hands of the people and not in the hands of the government. That's it. Simple. There is no argument. I don't even need to make an argument about it. It's not in the Constitution. It doesn't belong with the president. It belongs to the people. End of. There's no half-truth there. That's all truth. It's not in the Constitution. Find it in the Constitution. Tell me if I've got a half-truth or full truth. And then we'll discuss it. Until then, you are wrong. The Constitution is right. That's it. That's it. Now, if you want to argue the Constitution, argue the Constitution, but don't argue me. The Constitution is right. It has been for hundreds of years. It doesn't change now because somebody wants to change the law to take control of women and the kids that they have so they can have a government that lasts forever because everybody voting will be communists that they brought into your country. That's how it works. Because they killed the newborns that would have probably voted Republic, being brought up as an American. not as a Mexican, not as a Haitian, not as a Venezuelan, not as Mexican, whatever countries that are coming into your country. They don't have them values. So they bring them in. So they vote Democrat, which is really communist. And they'll never vote Republican because they're not brought up Republican. And when their children are born, they'll vote Democrat. And when their children are born, they'll vote Democrat. And that's what you want, fine. But if you want that, go and live in China. Don't ruin America. Don't ruin the rest of the world. It's crazy. There's no half-truths in that. That's truth. You don't like it. I can't help that. But that's the truth. You've imported a load of communists, so they will vote for Kamala Harris. And Republicans will never get in power again. But what you fail to realize is these people that have come in that are killing you Americans, raping them, doing whatever else they're doing, causing your inflation to go stupid, causing your economy to get fucked. They didn't realize that. They didn't realize how pissed off people would be. Now, these so-called American Democrats, they didn't realize that they were going to start voting Republican. And that's where you've gone wrong. And trust me, Trump will win this easy. People say it's close. It's not close. 60%, I reckon, if not more. He's going to win it easy. You fail to realize that when Americans get pushed, and you're Americans, when you get pushed, when your country gets screwed over, you stand up. You stand up. And you stand up as one. You don't stand up as a few. When you Americans stand up, trust me, it'll be 60% or more. So you won't stand a chance. Neither of them say abortion. Neither of them. You're trying to argue semantics now or whatever. It doesn't belong with the president. This abortion case doesn't belong with the president. It belongs with the people. And the best way to give the woman back her control of her body, what happens to her, is to give it to the people. Give it back to them. Make them choose. There's no half-truth about that. That's the best way. It's the only way. It's the constitutional way. Or the Declaration of Independence does not say this is what we do if we have abortions. And the only reason they're talking about abortions or doing abortions the way they're doing it is to kill Americans. It's to kill Americans. They don't care about the woman. They just want less people to grow up as a Republican. That's all they want. Less people growing up a Republican. And most of them, I'm sorry, are probably black. But I don't know. Don't want to listen. I don't think they will. Sorry, Larry. I don't think they'll send anyone in. They don't care. You know, she said, I'm going to the border. She went to the border about half an hour and come back. Oh, yeah, you really care. If she cared, that border would be closed. Biden said on The View, she had as much power as me. I gave her the authority. So basically, she's doing what Biden wants, if not, more. And they're Democratic, and they threw him out, and she didn't get a vote. It's like, how can you even accept that? Even as a Democrat, how can you accept an undemocratic way of having somebody run for the highest job in your land? It's a coup. She's a dictator. She just took over the country. Not her, just her, Pelosi and the rest of them. Obama, Jill, all of them took over. It's crazy. And you say that that's the right thing to do. Is that constitutional? That she can just say, sorry, Joe, you're out, I'm in, get stuffed. And he's running your country now? Are you sure? Are you sure she couldn't just close that border if she wanted? I get a funny feeling they're going to push through some executive orders that won't be too flipping good. You think it's nonsense? Well, it won't matter anyway because you won't get in. She won't get in. There's no way. If you can't see the simple truth, I can't help that. But it's not just in your country; it's here as well. Our Labour Party is no different. Just because I'm talking about your country, I'll talk about your country, so you understand that it's happening here. It's happening in France. It's happening in Germany. Happening in Australia. It's happening everywhere. This woke flipping nonsense. These liberals, they're just Chinese. They're people that have been bought by the Chinese. This Biden laptop that you try to just forget about, Mr. Big Guy, the big guy, it's him. He's corrupt. Trump is right. You don't want to hear it. You don't want to hear it. But it's the truth. Not half truth. The truth. But it doesn't just affect you. It affects the whole world. If Trump was in power, there wouldn't be a war in Russia. There wouldn't be one in Israel. It just wouldn't be happening. China wouldn't be doing what they're doing. They're sending flipping nuclear subs and stuff off our coast. You think it's just about you? It's not about you. Of course I have a say. You're fucking up the world, people like you. Just crazy, crazy thoughts. Anyway, I need to stop because this is supposed to be about Forrest, not about bloody that. Yeah, she wants to get rid of the filibuster because she's crazy. The sacred filibuster she doesn't give a monkey's about. This American that you talk about that was born in Canada. Well, he's in a pickle, but like I say, I truly believe 60%. He'll win by 60%. Up as high as 67. 67%. Believe me or not, I don't care. But I think when the truth comes out, and you can, believe however you want, whether God had a hand in it or, it's just people waking up from the sleep that they're in, who actually go out and vote. Everything is coming, it never arrives. Yeah, that sounds a bit like Chase. Forrest was very conservative. But I have no political view other than the reality. I have no religious view. I don't believe, in the God that people talk of. I don't believe in the Darwin evolution that people talk of. I'm not into politics the way people, talk about it. I just see it for what it is. There's no point trying to convince me that evolution took place. It's just not going to happen. There's no point in trying to convince me that the Chinese aren't trying to overtake the world by buying it up, by setting off COVID, by doing all of these things. It's not coincidence. It's well planned by putting people in other countries and putting them in political offices or paying people in political office to try and put forward different bills to change their culture. Our culture isn't the same culture as it was. We're not Great Britain anymore. We're not. We're just not. But I will fight for my country. And I see anybody flipping burning my flag. No excuses. None. You live in this country by the grace of the people that live here already. And it should be the same anyway. Don't disrespect the flag of the country that's putting a roof over your head. If you don't like this country, if you don't like it, or your country, or any other country, go fuck off back where you came from. If you want to integrate, fine, great. I don't care if we have immigrants in this country. Great that we have immigrants in this country. We've had it for years. We've been invaded many, many, many times. But if you want to come in this country, you better respect this country for what it is. And you better live by the rules of this country, not expect me to live by your rules, which is what people are trying to do in different countries. Oh, I'm fucking up the world. No, your mentality is the things that you say are not creating harmony, are they? They're not creating harmony, as you can tell by this debate. I'm giving you truths, you're saying the half truths, and you're saying that this political sect, or whatever you want to call it, shouldn't exist. You say, you can say things like, oh, God doesn't exist, you're only going off what men say, and you're going off what men say about Israel. You weren't there, you don't know. You're only going by what these people say. It's like people have decisions about everything, but you haven't got a decision that, people shouldn't exist or their political beliefs shouldn't exist. Nobody's got a right to say that. That's the whole point of this ageism, sexism, racism, getting along with each other. That's the whole point of it, that we get along with each other. Not that we turn around and say, you shouldn't exist. That's not how it works, or shouldn't be how it works. All deserve rights, and we the people is a democratic idea. Yes, democratic, not progressive. and that's what happened. Because, even just the two candidates, it's impossible to believe that out of a country of hundreds of millions, you've only got two people that can become president. How does that work? Money, media, that's how it works. You get fed a whole load of bullshit and nobody else can get the foot in the door. The Republican Party and I'm not even going to say Democratic because they're not Democratic anymore. That's why the Democrats are leaving. It's like, I don't recognise this party. This is not what Democrats stand for. Democrat, in no way, shape or form, if you look up the definition or synonym of Democrat, progressive doesn't come into it. Democrats aren't progressive or liberal. It's just two different things. So to say that you're voting Democrat, you're just lying to yourself. You're not voting for a Democrat. You're voting for a liberal communist. You're not voting for a Democrat. Look it up. I'm not telling you half truths. I'm telling you the truth. Democrats are not progressive. They're not radical. Like you could say radical left wing. Yeah, left wing liberal communist, not Democrat. If you're a radical Democrat, you wouldn't be halfway near what they are. It's just crazy what you try and pretend in your brain what's really happening. They're not Democrats. The party that is calling themselves Democratic now is not working with democratic beliefs. It's just not. It just isn't. It really just isn't. It really is not working to what they make out they are, because they're paid for by communists or by the elite people who don't give a monkeys about, people at the bottom. Hence why she says, I want to raise up the middle class. Well, what about the poor? What about the people on the street? You just want to kill them off? You want to make the middle class rich and ignore the poor? What sort of... I don't get it. I damn well do have the right to judge the facts. No, you're not judging the facts, though. You have the right to judge them, but you're not using facts. You're using whatever you want to believe, which is not fact. Yeah, so, and I agree that it's not just Democrats like the Labour over here. That's not the Labour. It's the same. The Labour over here is the same as it is over there. So, the Labour over here have gone communist. The Conservative over there have gone communist. I don't know how it works in other countries, but they've gone, communist. And it's whichever. If a country's got political parties, two political parties, then the communists will choose one or the other, the opposite of the other, in order to get their beliefs. Basically, they're just trying to, instead of having a war with every country and firing missiles, they're undermining the country by changing the laws and, putting people against each other to the point where they'll disarm you, they'll get rid of the police, and then they'll just take over. But then then they'll bring in martial law. Then they'll bring in the military. Then they'll just take away all your rights, and you won't have nothing. You won't be able to do anything. The same over here. Not just there. The old Democrats were racist. You talk about Biden. He was probably the worst racist there is. You say that Trump is racist. Bullshit. There was nobody more racist than Joe Biden. And then you forget about that because he's the president and you want to vote for Democrats. It's like crazy. Go back and listen to what he said. The same with Kamala. Oh, I'm black. No, you're not. You're just not. There is nothing in that picture of her with what's supposed to be her dad that looks like her. If you look at her nose and everything, it doesn't even look like her. And she says that's her with her dad. No, it's not. That's not you. That short, stubby, turned up nose, that's not what Kamala's got. Have a look. It's not rocket science. That's not her. It's just crazy. It may be a sister or something, but it's not her. That is not the same person that you see in front of you in that picture. That little girl with that nose turned up. And Kamala's is, pretty long and out there. No, that's not her. Get your carpet for bearing to Allah, Mario. That's your future. Enjoy. The trouble is, I'm not going to bow down to anyone. I have my beliefs, and I will bow down to what I believe, and nobody will make me think any different. Make America better should actually be make America the first time. All deserve rights. Thus, we the people need to have justice for everyone. Yeah, but so this is. I agree with what you're saying, Fanny. But the problem is they brought that many people over. Their justice is different than your justice. And that's the whole point. They've changed, like they've done here, they've changed the culture. We have more people voting differently now because they come from a different culture. And that's all they're doing. The reason we got this immigration is not because it's not because they're saving people, it's because they're getting rid of people out of these countries that they don't want in these countries. And they're sending to other countries. And they're changing the culture of those countries they send them to. So everything that the United States believes in, the Constitution, Declaration of Independence, that's going out the window. Because now, these people that are in your country, they don't know nothing about the Declaration of Independence or the Constitution. They didn't have to study like the legal immigrants did. They didn't have to understand and live the life of an American citizen. They've just planted in your country, and now they can do what they want. And when they vote, they're going to vote for what they've grown up with, which is not Republican, which is not the Constitution, which is not the Declaration of Independence. And therefore, the Democrats, liberals, communists, whatever they are, can guarantee that they will remain in power forever and ever until you become the slaves to the communist way of life that they want. That's it. That's it, in a nutshell. Yeah, the past, Forrest said, that wars upon wars and history repeating, etc., etc., etc. This is exactly where we were. There were no wars under Trump. None. No American died under Trump. Within 3 years, 3 wars, you lost soldiers, lost, not that it matters, but you lost billions of, tech that now they're using against. It's just, I don't know. And they want it to happen, but they're making no effort. Biden goes on The View with the Ukraine flag. What happened to the American flag that you're supposed to have in your blazer? What's all that about? It's just, I don't know. I don't get it. I don't see why people can't see it. I don't follow lies. Who is the father of lies? I guess I am not a follower. The thing is, yeah, so it's hard to know who's lying and who's telling the truth until you look at everything. Now, even if you're a Democrat, CNN, MSNBC, ABC, they're bought. You know they're bought. You know they're only going to tell you what the government want you to know. And they're bought by the elite. Disney being the main one. They're going to come unstuck when they find out that she's cheated. And you know she cheated with those earrings, and she's still doing it. When she does those interviews and those talks, when she sounds good, look at her earrings, they're the same earrings. When she sounds like she's talking sense, it's because somebody's telling her what to say. When she hasn't got them in, she talks a whole load of shit. So you can see her looking like, where's the video prompter? Or where's somebody, tell me what to say? Come on. This is no different than Biden. He didn't have a clue, and you voted him in. She doesn't have a clue, and you're voting her in. Not because of her policies, because you don't like Trump. Pathetic. Absolutely pathetic. Absolutely pathetic. Just crazy. Just crazy. And it's not just there, all over the world. All over the world. When somebody's trying to talk out the truth, you don't want to hear it. If somebody wants to behave, not wants to behave, but somebody who behaves like the average man, you think that can't be because he's a billionaire. He was given this money. Why is he talking like us? It's crazy. It's crazy. I can't believe that the media can get away with it. I can't believe that people let them get away with it. And I honestly believe, that Trump will win easy, 60%, 61%, but up to 67%. And that'll be because people got out and voted and people see what's really happening, not just in America. This is not just about America now. This is about World War III. This is about stopping those wars before China, Korea, North Korea get involved. I mean, she couldn't even get that right. Oh, we have an agreement with Korea, blah, blah, blah. She's got the wrong Korea. It's just crazy. I think I'm tired again. I'm going to lie down. Yeah, I'm going as well. I'm sorry. I'm sorry if I've upset anybody. I'm just trying to say the truth. You shouldn't have got me started. At the end of the day, the truth is the truth. I can't affect it. You can't affect it. Apart from voting for who you think is going to do right by you. Whoever that is. I do care because I don't want World War III. I don't want the world to go to shit. I don't want there to be a point in time where if there is a God, he has to prove that he's a God, and Jesus has to come down and there has to be a reckoning and blah, 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 blah. I don't want any of that. I just want people to get on with each other. And I don't see that it's difficult if people just realise that, we're all human beings and each life is precious. That's it. And you should be able to think and do what you want, but you should be able to impart what you think others should do. I'm not trying to tell you what to do. I'm just saying, look, these are the facts. This is what I believe. Make your own decision. I don't care if you believe me or not, or if you listen to me or not. That doesn't matter. What matters is this is the truth. There's lies out there from the media, but this is the truth. Those things that I said, they're truthful. They're not half facts. They're truthful. And we are in such a bad position now as the whole world, not just America, not just England, but the whole world is in such a bad position. It's scary. It really is scary. And I honestly believe that, and I'm not voting, I don't like what he says. I don't like the way that he says it. But I do believe that he can influence Russia and Ukraine. He can influence China. He can influence Hezbollah and Israel, Iran, whatever. I think he can do that. And if he does that, then that stops World War III. And I honestly believe that if he doesn't get in, then China will be braver than they are now. The reason they haven't done anything is because we're so close to the election, and if Donald Trump wins, there's no backing down. But I can assure you now, I don't think she will. I have no doubts that Trump's going to win. But if she were to win, China would kick off. Absolutely, 100%. They're already off our coast. They're already threatening. Russia, already there as well. They're already threatening. It wouldn't take much for them two to get together, and if they get together, you know, world's screwed. It's Europe against them. Just don't, you know, I just don't see it turning out good. I really don't. And that's not because I have a political view. That's because I have a logical view. This is what the world is going through. These people don't care that we're in power at the moment in America. These people don't care that we're in power in England at the moment. That's why we've got all the problems that we've got, because they're allowing these foreigners to dictate what the English do, how we respond to these people that do bad things to us. And those people that are reacting to those bad things are the people that are getting put in prison. You can't say this, you can't do this, you can't do this, you can't do this. What do you mean you can't? You should be allowed to say what you want to say. But it is what it is. Anyway, Forrest Fenn was right. Can't we all just get along? Which is pretty much what this was about. And it seems that we can't. But, you know, the chase at some point will begin again. I don't think it will ever end. And, you know, we need to have Forrest talking to us. Yeah. There's stuff already going on in Italy at the moment, you know, which is what I'm saying. There's, you know, people haven't heard half of what's going on. Because the media don't want us to know. It's as simple as that. All over the world, the media don't want us to know. Paid or otherwise, I don't know. So thanks for being here. Sorry, you know, I had a rant, but, you know, whilst I don't feel, you know, passionate about politics, while I'm not passionate about religion, I do believe there are certain things, there are certain facts that you can't ignore. And logically, these are the, you know, the steps that have been taken. These are the things that are going to happen. Just logically, doesn't mean I've got a bias for that. It just means, you know, if I go out and look outside and there's grey clouds and there's water, I know it's raining. That's just logical. I can't go outside and say, oh, it's sunny, because it just isn't. It doesn't mean to say that I want it to rain. It just means to say it's raining. And that's how we are in the world. I'll just say what it is. It's raining. You know, it's crap. And this is why it's crap, because there are grey clouds and there's water coming from them grey clouds. And that's why it's raining. And that's the same with, you know, life. That's what I see. This is what's happening. This is the only thing that it can be. It can't be anything else. So, US media sucks. Yeah, just, it's crazy that you can have like three different companies. Whether they're all owned by Disney, I don't know. But you've got CNN, MSNBC, and ABC. And that one that did the interview, I can't remember her name, the last interview, basically said, look, she wants to do horrible things, but what choice have we got? It's either her or Trump. It's like, you admit to what she stands for is bad, but you're telling the whole country that they should vote for her because they shouldn't vote for Trump. That's just crazy. So, ciao for now. Keep talking about horrible things I don't really want to. It is what it is. Take care, everyone. I appreciate you coming. Sorry it went the way that it did, but, you know, people trigger me. That's how it goes. Much love. Pop those up. Take care, Tigger. Thanks. I do appreciate you coming in, everyone. But sometimes life gets in the way. Cheers, Woody. Take care, everyone. Tomorrow's another day.